I have with me Mr. Osnet Kato for company. Good morning, Osnet.
Yes, good morning to you, Stacey, and good morning to all our viewers across the Caribbean. It's a beautiful day here for cricket this morning at the Annesway playing field. Jamaica 9 without loss, 3.5 overs completed.
Yes, not a lot was missed. Quite a sedate start between these two. Adrian Ware is at the crease. Last year, he made 128 runs from 4 matches and 6 innings. So he'll be looking to push on and score bigger runs for his team. He's been tasked with opening the batting once more. 128 runs last time. He looks to be a lot more patient this time around compared to what I saw last year.
Stacey, and you mentioned a lot more patient, but we're still seeing that attacking intent from him. Beautiful pull shot in the last over for 4. So he's a player that would actually put away the bad balls whenever they present themselves. But hopefully from a Jamaican perspective, he will just be a bit more watchful because this is a 3-day format and you have a lot more time to actually bat.
So Agard is bowling around the wicket to Marlon Powell. A huge appeal. Not out.
Yes, we saw Agard starting over the wicket, but never really found his line and lengths that he would like. And this is something we see from him from time to time, just coming around the wicket, getting the delivery to actually move away from the right-hander. Then that would be the delivery that the batters will be looking forward to, keeping out. But on that occasion, that one swinging back in with the angle and missed everything.
It's interesting that he decided to come around the wicket to Powell. He's forced over to Adrian Ware. 5 deliveries pitched and tailed away from him, and he got that last one to swing back in, which is more what I believe he'll be looking for. Well, this time he's operating around the wicket, looking to angle that ball into the pads of Powell.
Stacey, and 2 teams here in the 50-over tournament, the Jamaicans coming out on top. Trinidadian didn't have the best of series in terms of the 50-over. They'll be looking to get off to a good start here in this 3-day format.
Yes, the umpire just having a word with Agard, letting him know that he's getting into that danger zone. So not an official warning yet, he's just telling him be mindful of that danger area when he runs in his follow through. Goes for the drive on that occasion, Marlon Powell. That's more what Jason Agard will be hoping for in the last tournament. He picked up 7 wickets at an economy just below 3, 2.88.
Yeah, Agard had a very good tournament the last time around. His wicket tally may not suggest such, but he always seemed to give the team a good start and basically pave a way for the spinners to operate later on.
Nice, he walked off the pads, looking for 2. They get that comfortably in the end. Just a bit too straight there from Jason Agard.
Yes, the consistency there lacking a bit in his opening spell so far. That the previous delivery on the line of the off stump, just moving away, beating the batter outside the off stump. And then this one just angling a bit too much down the leg side. The batter there, Powell, able to just walk it past square leg for an easy 2 in the end.
Goes for the drive once more, Powell. Not looking to leave alone early. That's what I noticed from him in the first over to Juman. He's looking to drive early. Early in your innings, you need to just be a bit more watchful, just to see what's happening on the wicket, and also interesting. The ball is dying on its way to the keeper. It's not getting up as much.
Yes, not a lot of pace in this wicket, it seems, especially coming from Agard's end. We saw quite a bit of deliveries just dying on his way to the wicket keeper. Powell once again floating outside the off stump, a bit loose really. as an opening batter, those are the type of deliveries you want to leave alone all in your innings.
Well directed there from Jason Agard to finish the over. Score is 11 without loss.
Yeah, a bit of a mixed bag there from Agard. Both some good deliveries and also some deliveries just angling too much down the leg side. So he'll want to tighten up a bit and get some consistency going in terms of his bowling.
So Jamaica winning the toss, deciding to have a bat first. When you make up the decision on the toss, looking at the pitch conditions so far, I think it's a good decision, wasn't it?
Well, I would like to think so. The Jamaican team is reasonably confident in terms of their batting, coming off the 50-over tournament. So I think they always have confidence in it, that their batters can put up a total and then they can put some pressure on what has been a rather fickle Trinidad and Tobago batting unit. So it's a reasonable decision. As we see, the wicket doesn't have a lot of pace in it, and it tells me that sooner or later the spinners will come into their own as well on this type of wicket.
Yeah, speaking of the spinners definitely had a field day out in the 50-over tournament. Picked up a lot of wickets as spinners, so they'll definitely be threat on this wicket here at the Andersville playing field. So Juma is going to continue to Adrian Ware.
So it will be interesting to see when spin is introduced, how the batters deal with the spinners. It's a different format, so it will be important to see how they're able to maneuver the spin and maybe put in a better batting effort, really, a bit of batsmanship against the spinners.
Nicely bowled there from Juman. So Adrian Ware, as I mentioned earlier, he scored 128 runs, 4 matches, 6 innings in last year's tournament. But I just want to pay attention to the dissimilarity between the strike rate and the average. The strike rate was 93.43 and his average was 21.33. So it tells me he's the type of batter that likes to get on with things.
Yes, we've seen quite a bit of him now, even in the 50-over tournament. Type of a no-nonsense type of batter. As we mentioned, just need to be more watchful at the start of this innings. Juman, he's in the middle of a very good spell. He's also a very impressive youngster we saw in the 50-over tournament. Gets the ball to move away from the right-hander. And occasions coming back as well. So that's something that will present somewhat of a challenge to the batters here for Jamaica.
But straight to that fielder at short mid-wicket. Didn't get up as much either, wasn't it?
He played one in the last over. That was a bit shorter. This occasion, maybe the lack of pace really didn't really come on as well as he was looking for. There were. It's an interesting position there at somewhat of a forward short leg there. Silly mid-off. I think it's Jagger in that position. It's an interesting position. So all in the innings.
Nicely left. I must commend him so far. He hasn't played a shot in anger. That delivery that he played before, it was short and he helped it to the square leg area. So he's willing to be a bit more watchful to the Adrian Ware.
So looking at that last delivery, Stacey, and a bit of puff of dust really coming off the wicket, which is not necessarily not really good signs to all the as I force the wicket here.
Shot and pulled away. There's a man out there, I think he cut it off, Jason Agard. Wasn't timed well, but able to pick up 2.
It's definitely not the type of length that would trouble Ware to any extent. Seem to be rather comfortable against that type of length, especially a bowler of Juman's pace. I think he needs to pitch the ball up a bit more and get that type of movement we saw earlier from him, going away from the right-hander. His slip corner there, I think there's a better option for him all year on in this bowling spell.
Yeah, and what I noticed with him, with the pull shots he's played so far, he's willing to roll his wrist and keep it down. He's not trying to hit it aerially. As a fielder, just behind square, Jason Agard waiting for anything miscued in that direction. Good areas. So captain, it's the end of the over. The score is 13 without loss.
So a watchful start, I would say, from the Jamaican openers. 6 overs, 13, just around 2 runs per over. The Trinidadian bowlers, though, the opening bowlers, I don't think they have challenged the batters enough in terms of getting enough deliveries in that corridor of uncertainty, as we'll call it. A bit wayward at times. And I guess it's another opportunity here for Agard to just give his team an early breakthrough.
Yes, he didn't quite line it up well in that last over. At some that were too straight and straight down the leg side. One that Marlon Paul was able to clip off his pads. So he's just searching for that magic delivery that drops and sort of tails away from the right-handed batter. But so far it hasn't worked out for him, Jason Agard. So he'll be hoping to make amends in this over.
Yeah, in the last over, he managed to get a couple of deliveries in the right area, just pitching and moving away from the right-handed batter, sorry. Powell seemed to have an inclination to follow these deliveries.
Similar to that, but on that occasion it was too full. Just moved his feet a bit more, probably would have connected and picked up a boundary for his team.
Yes, that one was a bit too full there from Agard. The ones we have seen so far, just pitching on and about the off stump, and moving away from the right-hander, getting the ball to swing a bit in the air. Agard. 2 slips and a gully. I think that's the type of line that he'll be looking to bowl.
Wide on that occasion, plays a cut shot, misses.
Yeah, this one a bit more short of a length. The batter there, Powell, again flirting with danger outside the off stump. He seemed to be quite nervous, Powell, or anxious, I would say, to get bat on ball all in his innings.
This one is pitched up this time, a huge appeal. Sound like he got some bat on that one.
I think it's actually swung back too much, really. I would have missed the leg stump. But that is a good change-up delivery. Both deliveries previously moving away from the right-hander. This one swinging back in, just slightly offline. That's the only criticism we can say of Agard so far in terms of him not having the consistency. You're seeing some good deliveries outside the off stump, and then you're seeing some deliveries just swinging down the leg side.
Yeah, smart bowling from him. Seems to be trying to get that batter, get his pad, just to get outside the line of off stump, and then probably swing that delivery back into him while he's headed to the outside. So I think smart bowling from him. We see the follow-up delivery after this. That one tailed away from the right-hander. So let's see if he decides to pitch that one up straighter to the right-hander.
Yeah, you could actually see what he's trying to do. It's just the execution has been a bit off so far from him. That's actually better from Powell as well, not floating outside the off stump. His feet actually going nowhere really in the previous deliveries. This time just shoulders, arms, allow it to be taken by the wicketkeeper. So that's better batsmanship as an opening batter. Just watching the ball go as much as possible.
Yes, indeed, and that's something that we've spoken about with these youngsters, is their ability to learn and adapt as they go go along, and that's very important for these players with their eye on being the future of West Indies. So there you go, that delivery right on cue, attacking the pads, but just a bit too short and cause some problems. So that's the end of the over, and the score is 13 without loss.
It's a maiden over there from Agard. I think it was a bit more consistency from him in that particular over, but it was well negated in the end from Powell. So Jamaica, they continue to just be watchful all around in this innings. 7 overs completed so far. As we see spin being introduced. Looks to be Rambaran, the left arm orthodox spinner.
It's Andrew Rambaran into the attack. 6 wickets he picked up in last year's tournament. But his economy is well below 2, wasn't it? So it shows that it's been difficult to get away. Not a lot of wickets to show that.
Yes, he bowls very miserly, Rambaran. Doesn't turn the ball a great deal, but what he has is good control, change of length, change of pace.
He was a key man for the Trinidad and Tobago team in the 50 over format, so he'll be hoping to make much of the same impact or even better for them.
They'll be hoping so as well. He's one of the senior players in this team. His first delivery, although the ball is relatively new, had a bit of pace, a bit of tone, and a bit of bounce on it. So it will be interesting to see this phase of the game where the spinners are introduced, how much assistance they will get from the pitch, and how the batters are going to play them.
Quite early, you know the rules of this tournament. The fast bowlers, they receive points for wickets that they take. Sweeps across the line, a huge appeal, not out. It was umpire Ryan Banwari. So right away, Adrian Ware looking to take on the spinner.
There's a bit of impatience there from Ware. So still the first over for the spinner. Needs to be a bit more watchful.
Defense this time. Bit of bounce there, some variable bounce from this wicket so far. Saw some keeping low at the other end, and that one bounced a bit there on Adrian Ware, more than he expected. It's much better from Ware, getting well forward on that delivery.
It's much better from Ware.
He's trusting his defense. They have a man at Silly Point, Justin Jagasar there. Skipper in the slip, Joshua Davis. End the over. The score remains on 13 with no loss.
There's a steady over there from Rambaran, his first. Continue to string second main in succession there from Trinidad and Tobago. So getting a grip of the scoring rate here from Jamaica. Jamaica, they will not be too perturbed by that. It's a 3-day game. They have a lot of time to bat. So has to get themselves settled, the two batters.
Yes, indeed, a longer period of assessment is required from batters in the 3-day format. Change in bowling. Jason Agard has been replaced by Fariz Ali.
Ali, a right arm seamer, coming from the Comanche box end. Replacing Agard. The bowler neat spell. I'm sure he himself would admit that he didn't get the kind of consistency that he was looking for. Hopefully, Ali would be able to do so and effect an early breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago.
Outside. Driving again, Powell. Not getting up as much either, that delivery.
think Powell have tried that shot on a number of occasions now. I think the problem with him is that he's not getting that right foot across, really. Back foot across, so he's playing the shot basically from the leg stump and the ball outside the off stump. It's very difficult for him to really make any sort of meaningful contact on that. So I think he needs to get his feet moving a bit more.
I like to see Adrian Ware just go up and have a word with him. He's played that shot on a number of occasions as we recognize, but his batting partner has not moved to just have a word with him. He's comfortable with that leg. Expansive drive.
Ali, he's a reasonably tall player, about 6'4", so he should be able to get some bounce. Variable bounce, as we said, this wicket has.
Walked off the pads. We got a single.
That's good batting there from Powell. That delivery on the line of the leg stump, just walking it down to the man there at fine leg. Let's add one more to the total. Been stuck on 13 for a while. We mentioned 2 consecutive maidens, so that single will actually free up a bit more. The batters a bit more. Singles in any form of the game are important.
Nice driven. Yeah, I'd just like to see the pacers just maintain one line and length and play on the patience of the batters a little bit more. Occasionally, every over that I've seen so far, they've tried different things with their lines, rather similar lengths, but just changing their lines. Sometimes they get it straighter, sometimes outside the off stump, which, of course, I know they're searching for a wicket, but just try to play on the patience of these opening batters by hanging it outside the off stump a bit more.
It appears to be that type of wicket where patience will be needed, especially from the seamers. A lot's happening in terms of movement or bounce and these sort of things for them so far. So they will need to bowl one side of the wicket, as you mentioned, in that corridor of uncertainty. But so far, they've actually bowled on both sides of the wicket, so I think that is something they will have to correct moving forward.
Yeah, particularly to Powell, who's shown that he's willing to play that expansive drive, and he's missed on a number of occasions. But then you bowl the straighter one and he walks it off his pads. Just maintain that line outside the off stump to him. Don't mind that, but just get it straighter. Move that fifth stump line. The over is finished. 14 runs on the board. 8 overs bowled. 9 overs bowled, sorry.
There's a single coming off that over from Ali. There's a relatively good start from him. Jamaica, they continue to soldier on here. 14 without loss. Scoring rate, I think to really write home about at this point in time. The most important thing is that they still have 10 wickets in hand, having won the toss and elected to bat first.
I know they've gone to spin quite early. A lot of spectators might not like that. In particular, my co-commentator, who's a fast bowler himself, he loves to see the pacers in operation. Mr. Kenroy Martin. But I don't mind it too much as a tactic if they keep the pacer operating from the commentators and commentary booth end for delivery. As you recognize this might be some sort of assistance for the spinners on this wicket. So if they keep the spinner bowling from that end and keep the pacers on this end, I don't mind the tactic too much.
I think that might be a ploy we see employed throughout the day in terms of bowling the spinners from the back end and rotating the seamers from the commentary box end.
exception of the ball in the 50 over format.
Powell looks to be desperate to get bat on ball, really. He's been chasing deliveries outside the off stump and seems to be losing his shape, really, in terms of when he's playing these shots.
In this format of the game, you have to be willing to soak up a lot of pressure. That includes playing a lot of dots, but something we spoke about in the 50 over format. Just pinching a single somewhere and getting off strike is very important as well. Probably going down, so that over, ball quite quickly. Score remains unforeseen, so another maiden from
Stramboran rushing through his overs. Doesn't take a lot of time to complete these overs, so he has had 2 maidens bowled so far. Not giving anything to the batters. Bowling relatively straight on this wicket. Looking for any sort of turn away from both right-handed batters.
I'd actually like to see a change of ends in terms of the pace and operation. I think you can go with the spinner from this end and use the seamer from the other end. It's early days still, but you're still searching for a wicket. Tendency for it to keep low from this end so far. So just something to think about for the Trinidad team. Something to think about team creators in this project, especially if they don't pick up wickets.
We have the likes of Vasan Singh and even Ramlal coming into the side today. One of those might be tried from this end just to see how the pitch is reacting to the spin.
Not in control on that occasion. One's close to the boundary, but they won't have the legs to get there. They'll pick up 2.
We're going to line up the off stump there. We're looking to punch this one
Not
full
in
offside.
control on that occasion.
It's 2
Close to
runs.
the boundary, but they won't
2
have
deliveries
the
in this
legs
over
to
so
get
far. I think
there.
that is the
They'll pick
area
up
that
2.
Ali would want to focus on, just on above the off stump. A bit of trouble there for the batter on that occasion.
Pitched up, driven nicely. Fielder gives chase. Lee cut it off. Excellent work there by Orlando James. They pick up 2 more. Nicely driven from Adrian Ware. Last year, that is the area that he targeted quite well, straight back down the ground.
I think there's an attempted slow delivery there from Ali, but a bit too full on this occasion, and Ware was able to punch it down the ground. A bit of iffy run in there. I think they should have maybe completed 3 runs. They only managed to get 2, but good feeling there as well on the long on boundary there from Orlando James.
Good follow-up delivery from Ali. Well left in the end from Ware.
Trinidad and Tobago looking a bit flat in the field so far. Not a lot of encouragement we're hearing from the close end fielders. As I speak here, a little scattered clap really. So Agar there in the cover encouraging his fellow fast bowler. Need that sort of encouragement in the field. We're not seeing a lot happening so far in terms of the wicket.
can't find the gap to finish the over. 18 without loss.
It's that last delivery given Ware a bit of room outside the off stump there. He might be a bit disappointed he didn't manage to find the gap on that occasion. Making good contact, but he has been the more fluent of the two. You can say Adrian Ware. Powell on the other hand, he has struggled to find his timing. Where he has played some good shots so far. And we'll be hoping that he can continue in that vein in the foreseeable future.
The important thing for the Jamaicans, they haven't lost a wicket as yet. I mean, Trinidad and Tobago contingent, no need to be flat at this point in time. They're not running with the score. They're scoring less than 2 runs more. That's something that you have to expect in the field of format, obviously. But it's pretty even. Yes, you haven't picked up a wicket as yet, but if you do pick up one at this point in time, you will say you're on your way to the series at least.
Where scoring 104 runs in the 50 over tournament. They just concluded 50 over tournament. High score of 37. So he'll be looking to better those figures in this 3-day format.
Nice hands to keep it going.
It's 3-day format.
Going back to his stats in the 3-day format last year, his high score was just 34. So definitely a young man with greater potential than that, and he'll be hoping to score half century or even more. For a stumping.
Bit of turn there from Rambaran, beating the outside edge of Powell's bat. So it's into the be that type of wicket where the slower you bowl, you're able to extract some turn. It appears to be slow turn so far. Batter in some cases have been able to just ride those deliveries and play them down.
Gotta be careful how you play on the back foot to these spinners, especially with this type of turn and offer. Uses the feet this time, he finds the gap, control, time it well, either picks up 2. So 4 signs of batsman coming down to the spinner in this.
Yeah, Powell continued to looks rather anxious to get going. On that occasion, using his feet against Rambaran, not making the connection that he was looking for, taking the inner portion of the bat. Just missed the man there, Visan Singh, at mid-wicket, and 2 runs.
Moves back this time, punches it. Well, that's one way to counteract spin, especially if they just turn, however you have to do.
Back this time, punches it. Well, that's one way to counteract spin.
And that is something you haven't seen a lot of in the tournament, or even at the senior level in terms of use of your feet. I've seen a lot of batters prepare to come down the wicket and actually obstruct the line and the length of the spinner. They seem to want to play the spinners from their creases, and that has created a lot of problems for them. And then in the 50 over tournament just concluded.
Ali is going to continue. In the gap. Edgy there. Runs nonetheless from Adrian Ware.
Yes, Ali on that occasion again, offering a bit of room to wear outside the off stump. We've seen that where he's prepared to throw the bat at it. And on this occasion, he's taking the outer portion of the bat for a gully region and gets himself a boundary. A welcome boundary there from where. I think Ali needs to just be a bit closer to the off stump and not offer that much room, especially to wear.
Yeah, he really threw his hands at it.
That's a better line to wear. But we just haven't seen that type of consistency from the Trinidad and Tobago pacers so far in this innings. One was well left by Ware. Pitched on a bit of movement away. Wasn't tempted on that occasion to play at that one outside the off stump.
It's good to see Ali learning something from the first delivery. Went for 4. It was a bit too wide and decided to be a bit straighter on that fifth stump line. That line and length is willing to move so he can finish up over.
There's a bit more consistency in this over. Apart from that first delivery where he gave away a bit too much room outside the off stump. He's been on the money. He's hitting the splice of the bat.
Oh, this one, he goes downtown. Didn't time it well at all. Plugs, he picks up 2 more. So just a bit of lack of patience from Adrian Ware. I was just thinking to myself how well he's been going. He's been picking the deliveries that he's willing to play shots on. And that occasion he decided to go up and over. Didn't time it well at all.
Yes, this one a bit full. On the line of the middle stump. He was looking to go over the top there where. Seen quite a bit of that from him over the past couple of tournaments.
He's looking for a quick single. Powell doesn't want it. Over comes to an end. The score moves on to 26 without loss.
That's a good testing over there from Ali. Apart from that first delivery, he really closed out the over well. With a very good line to wear. I think those 3 also dot balls really contributed to that shot we saw him trying to attempt over the top. So that's something that the Trinidad and Tobago would have to work on, the team would have to work on in terms of just playing on the patience of these batters, bowling in the right lines, bowling in the right lengths.
Andrew Rambaran to continue. From Powell. Left him.
Rambaran continued to be easily giving a lot away. Troubled the batters on a couple of occasions. That ball turning away from them. Finally remind the batters, especially Powell, mentioned Looks desperate to get bat and ball. Hasn't been scoring as fluently as Adrian away from the other end.
Just misses Andrew Rambaran. Was that a chance or something?
Interesting to see the replay of that. Doesn't appear to be any sort of reaction from the fielders. This one is turning square. Very early indeed. I think we have seen that somewhere. I think in Dominica.
It's the first day of the 3-day format. Bit quick on that occasion. You mentioned the slower you bowl, the more something happens for you on the wicket. 26, another maiden. 26 without loss.
That's another good over there from Rambaran. Troubling the batter there, Powell, in that over. He's getting the ball to turn away from the batter. I think he has looked the most likely to get the breakthrough so far, Rambaran. Coming off a very good 50 over tournament. He picked up 8 wickets. Economy rate of just around 2.8 runs per over. So even in the 50 over tournament, he was very miserly as well.
Ariz Ali. Start from him. He hadn't played a false shot.
I think he's now walking into his spell. He's finding that line outside the off stump, getting a bit of bounce as well, a bit of carry. Mentioned him being a tall bowler. Just want to stay on that line. I would like to see him stay on that line throughout this over and just see the reaction of where. Mentioned a false stroke being induced in the previous over. So that line is definitely critical, especially bowling to where.
Yeah, there you go, spot on again from Ali, and that's something we spoke about earlier, that I like to see the pacers just maintain a line and length. Patience, when we speak about patience, it's not just about the batters, it's also about the bowlers and the fielders around. You find a nice line and length, you have the batter leaving or you have the batter playing a foul stroke. Just try to maintain that as you go on in your over. So good to see from Ali.
Still a very good delivery. You wouldn't mind seeing that shot being played from where. It's floating outside the off stump, trying to run that one down to Todman, the fielder there in the gully. Disappointed there, Rambaran. Did not feel that one. Juman, there, Rambaran would be disappointed not to have fielded that cleanly. Another single for Jamaica.
Powell on strike. First time in a long time he's been on strike to the pacer. He's most of his deliveries from Rambaran recently. So he's pitched up straight to Orlando James at mid-off.
Full delivery there. Powell, as we mentioned, his timing has been off. Hasn't managed to time the ball as well as he would like so far. Just haven't got used to the pace and the lack of bounce at times in this wicket. Most importantly, he's still there, batting on for his country.
Pick up a single. What I'll say of these two batters so far, I haven't seen an occasion where they actually try to pick up a single. Most occasions have been aggressive shots. I don't really see any of them looking to drop cover and run. All the run scoring shots so far, the majority, really impressive shot options.
Good observation, Stacey. If you look at the fielders in the circle, they're relatively deep. They're at backward point, on the edge of the circle really, so anything that is played with soft hands out to him is definitely a single.
28 without loss. As you see the players. Water break, so the first over. So we'll take a short break as well. So welcome back here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. Such a lovely day for cricket. We're joined by Mr. Kenroy Martin. First hour of play so far, Mr. Martin.
Well, good morning, Stacey, and good morning to the viewers of this broadcast. Pretty slow start to the innings. Both teams have adjusted nicely from the one-day tournament thus far. Jamaica have been inserted 28 without loss, have gone to the first hour. Trinidad and Tobago have made a couple of changes thus far in the hour. See, spin ball has been introduced rather early into the innings. The effect they had on the one-day tournament, trying to cause such as well. But a pretty good start for both teams thus far.
So the new bowler, Vasan Singh, he was the leading wicket taker for them in last year's tournament. 11 wickets. Was his economy was 3.65.
Economy.
One is left outside the off, something to the keeper's glove. There's a slip, 2 slips, one silly point, backward point, short extra cover, mid off, man at mid wicket, deep square leg, and a man at mid on. Holding his leg spin. He's fighted and turned nicely through mid wicket. He's gone for 1. Back for 2, so 2 nice looking runs. Looking runs there for Howell.
Howell. Strength of his pads. Straight from Basansi.
Straight away. Or just sit in the inner portion of the bat. Chickled out to square leg. And the man runs around and do the fielding. Did the fielding. So another run to the Jamaican tally. Singh just causing a little bit of problems there to Powell. Wicket is rather slow. Still a good batting track though. 31 without loss. Trinidad looking for their first wicket. The Jamaican has denied them that thus far.
SN decided to push back just a few legs, long on and long off to Adrian Ware. You know the power that he possesses. So I guess they want to have that cover. Probably believe that he'll go for Basan Singh.
From what we have known from Ware, the Ware is a rather attacking batter. He goes for his shots. So that's probably a ploy there to push the 2-man back. Keep bowling just on that off stump. Singh continues.
Goes to sweep, a huge appeal. It's the over. 31 without loss.
So over number 1 has been completed after the break. It's 31 without loss.
It's interesting. From Where? Though he likes to go down the ground. He's gone down the ground to the pacers. So I see him attempting to go straight back down along the carpet to any of the spinners. Instead, I've seen him try to play a sweep shot on a number of occasions. I think it's about 3 sweep shots he's played that hasn't been successful for him so far.
Well, he would be advised to play with a straighter bat, with the full face of the bat, mid on, mid off. It's a different format, calls for a bit more patience. Play the ball in front of you. There's another change has been effected by Trinidad and Tobago.
There's a change of end for Rambaran. Osmet and I were talking about the spinner coming into bowl from this end, and right away was a bit short, but it didn't kept pretty low.
Yes, not much bounce in this surface, really. Surface has not really assisted the bowlers in the way that they expected it to. Batters have denied them even our play thus far. This one is a flighted delivery, a little faster delivery as well. Where flighted outside the off stump, a bit of bounce, not much turn on that delivery there from the man. Trinidad and Tobago still searching for that first wicket. This one is played to the bowler. Full face of the bat this time, not attempting to sweep. That is That would be advised. Play the ball straight, up and down, mid on, mid off. 3 days of cricket. This one is just swizzling and just turn it to square leg. He's looking for 2. This Powell could have been in some trouble there, but he made his ground. 1 more run to the Jamaican score.
Yeah, where I got the length and that's it. Onside and pick up a single. Not too sure what Paulo was thinking. Looking for 2 runs there. He basically had the ball in his hand when he was second run rather.
Shot on pole straight to the man at mid-on. Another soft dismissal as they continue this tournament. This is the beginning of the 3-day tournament and a real soft dismissal there by Powell. Short delivery, pulled straight to the man at mid-off.
Yes, and good from Trinidad and Tobago. Deciding to leave that man in the circle to the left arm spinner. It was short, it was there to be put away. Was looking for that aggressive shot down the ground, looking to go straight. Probably if he had looked to play it into the cover area, it would have been better for him in terms of picking up runs. He's disappointed with his dismissal, some admonishment when he played that shot, but a wicket nonetheless from Rambaran. His best delivery, he'll say, in this match, but he's definitely walked and picked up a wicket for his team.
Well, the switch has worked for Trinidad and Tobago. Ramnaran coming from the northern end, picking up that wicket of Powell. Soft dismissal, Powell. So 33 for 1, and Trinidad has struck just after the break. As the number 22 comes in, that's Johnson, the man with the was batted basically for Jamaica in this tournament. He's a wall for Jamaica. He comes in at 33 for 1. He joins Ware.
Yes, Jordan Johnson, he was a top scorer in last year's tournament. He scored 247 runs in 4 matches and the 6 innings that he played there. His highest was 96. Not able to get that elusive 100 run mark, three figures. 96 was his highest. He's really looking to get 4 more runs to add to that 96 and get 100.
Well, he'll be probably looking to improve that performance today. He has been having a good tournament thus far. This one is hit to mid on. He goes for 1 Where. Settle for that.
Thus far.
I think that's a better option from Ware instead of trying to sweep. Sweep hasn't been successful for him so far. So just playing to his strengths, hitting it down the ground. So Jordan Johnson had a brilliant tournament with the bat in the 50 over so far. Stand to be corrected. Don't have my stats together. I believe he was the leading run scorer in the tournament. He was. Didn't play in the last game against Barbados.
He has been very consistent for Jamaica. So he's in some good form. Jamaicans hoping that he continues to bat the way he has in the 50 over. First delivery is just driven to the man at short, mid on there, just on the crease, just on the edge of the wicket there. There's a short leg slip. 2 men lurking as short extra cover. Seems that Trinidad has done their homework. Johnson. This one is punched 2 covers. Nicely. He's gone for 1. Calling for a second. Really should have been a second there. We are just sitting on his bat. That should have been 2 runs, but decisions has to be made between batters and they decide not to take that second one. It's 35 for 1. Trinidad picking up their first wicket. Or will go in caught. Mid-on. Soft dismissal. Really after doing the hard work. Power plus batting. Then just gifted his wicket away. 16 overs have been completed thus far. Okay, plays that one nicely back to 2 slips, silly point, square cover, short extra cover, cover, long off, long on, mid wicket, This one is hit in the air, falling short of the man at long on there. Way again, looking to just turn the wrist on that one, but falling short of the man at long on.
Yes. Luckily, he didn't try to hit it too hard. Just chipped it down the ground, and the fielder was right back. In the circle now to Jordan Johnson.
Rather risky shot against the leg spinner there. Where?
He's playing against the toe as well on that occasion.
Yes. So that's the end of the over. 36 for 1. Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago here. This is the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament. We have just completed 50 overs format, and this is day 1 of the 3 days format.
A bit of interesting fielding technique from Orlando James. The last ball of the over. He went all the way down, as if he was lying down and fielded the ball. Interesting fielding technique from him.
Well, that's probably a new long barrier being introduced.
Extra long barrier from him.
36 for 1 here at Annisville playing field. Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. Chief wicket taker from Trinidad and Tobago continues to bowl for them. This one is whipped off his pads to the man at square leg. That's deep square leg. Picks up another single. So a pretty quiet morning so far for both teams. Trinidad getting some success just after the break.
Johnson is really a key wicket for Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago, they love to see the back of him as quickly as possible. If you look at his numbers in last year's tournament, he had an average above 40, and his strike rate was quite healthy as well. He was scoring over 85 in terms of strike rate. So he's the type of batter that bats long and also scores at a fair clip. So he's a very important wicket.
Well, Jamaica would love to have him there for the next hour or so before they have the next break. Driving nicely to the man at mid-off home. Missed that dive to his right. Think he just got his fingers to it. Is slowing up on the boundary. Johnson gets 2 runs.
Driving nicely to the man at mid-off home. That's
Airy fairy there.
dive to his right.
Little airy fairy there, Johnson.
They have 2 men in front there in the cover area, really short for him.
Lurking for that shot. That one is a quicker delivery. That didn't bounce at all. Johnson just dug it out. He had one before that bounce that he had to take his bottom hand off of the bat just to control it. But those two men are lurking there. Short extra cover. This one is swept nicely. Sunshine here. The breeze is just blowing across the playing field. Trees are just rocking from side to side, those coconut trees. Jamaica continue to battle here against Trinidad and Tobago, 40 for 1. 18 overs completed. Day number 1 of 3. There's a loud appeal. This one seems to be hitting where somewhere outside the off stump, not outside the umpire. But another good over by the left arm spinner from Trinidad and Tobago.
Definitely asking questions of the batters. Score is 40 for 1.
Spinners have done exceptionally well in the one-day tournament. So Trinidad has boasting a lot of spinners, about 4 to 5 in their attack. Just about 2 pacers. So we will not have much of the pacers in these innings for Trinidad and Tobago. Would have loved to see a couple more, but unfortunately.
we know you wanted to see the Pacers in operation longer.
That's the hallmark of the West Indies cricket team. Wrong pacers. Sweeping that over mid-wicket. 4 runs to Johnson.
Can't bowl
that
anything loose to him.
mid-wicket.
Hits length quite well on that occasion. Just got down and helped it over that mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. He's been batting in his sleep. He's come out with good intention so far. It's well organized.
He's saying to the bowlers, don't be loose. I'm going to punch on anything that you bowl loose. You've shown intentions already. 44 for 1. Johnson has just joined where he has rushed up to 6, where he has 22. Shot caused Davis to make some adjustments to his field. There's now a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg. Shot mid wicket as well. One slip. Backward punch shot. It should cover mid off. This one is swept again to that man, a deep square leg who does very well on that boundary. Restricts them to 1. So the sweep being implemented here by Johnson to the leg spinner.
Yeah, showing his ability to sweep on that occasion. Just working his wrist a bit more. Get it behind square. Showing some prowess with the sweep shot so far, Johnson.
He's playing the correct shot to the leg spinner. Won't get himself in any trouble there as Weir picks up another easy single to long on. Now to 23. This one is forward in the approved manner. Quicker delivery from the leg spinner this time, causing him to launch forward. That's what he would want to have Johnson doing. There's a man lurking there. That short leg waiting for that bat pad. This one is hit high, down the ground. Waiting for the signal from the umpire. His hand goes above his head. 6 runs to Johnson.
Yeah, some absolutely superb shot from Johnson. Full from Basan Singh to finish his over. All the way for 6. It's not holding back on anything loose, Johnson. So it's good signs for Jamaica.
That one was flighted and he pounced on it. High, hard, over mid on, really long on, into the fence for 6 runs. So 6 runs to Johnson, bringing that over to an end. Jamaica now 52 for 1. They lost the wicket of Powell. Soft dismissal at mid on. But Weir is still there. Johnson has joined him and he has rushed up to 12 so far. Where he's driving again, full delivery. Didn't make best use of that one.
Again, full delivery.
As he continues to battle for Jamaica here. Our number 2, day number 1. Critical times. This one is a full one. He make excellent use of that one. It's another full delivery. And that one is hit straight back to mid-on into the fence. 4 runs. A bad delivery being dealt with in accordance.
Yeah, and that's where right there. Anything full and straight, he will drive it straight back down the ground. Good execution from him. Try to overhit it this time quite well. Past the fielder at mid-on for 4.
Short delivery outside the off stump. Slower, looking to cut, but came back to the bowler. Wasn't looking to do that really, but it happened. Continues to battle here. Where this one is a flatter, quicker delivery. Hustle down on that one. 56 for 1. Where he's on 28. This time he's sweeping, it's in the air. Would he be out caught? Yes, he is. We spoke about that sweep shot and he has perished to it. Jamaica have lost their second wicket. They are 56 for 2. Ware has gone out caught at square leg playing that sweet shot.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken about the sweep shot. Wasn't able to make connection on 4 different occasions. That time, he did. The field is set there, the trap is set. Hit it straight to that man. I mean, he's playing so good straight. He has a nice straight bat. When he plays straight, he looks to be difficult proposition for the opposing team on that occasion. Just giving it away, really. Can't really say that the bowler worked hard to get that wicket. He just decided to give it away.
Well, I'm not seeing the bowlers work as hard as they ought to in this tournament. The batters are really gifting their wickets away. Soft dismissals, really. And so Weatherburn has joined his Johnson. These two have been scoring runs for Jamaica in the middle, really. So Weatherburn is joining Johnson at 56 for 2. 2 soft dismissals there, that of Ware and Powell.
Yeah, I thought he had put that sweep shot away. Ken Roy decided he wanted to have one more go at it. It brought about his demise, unfortunately. Adrian Ware.
Well, he has to think about buying a new broom. That broom didn't work at all. May have to go back to the old one as well. But Jamaica, 56 for 2. Batting the first over without losing a wicket. They have lost 2 quick wickets so far. Johnson is on 13. He's just joined by Weatherburn.
Another left-hander. Where's the number 50? Ben Stokes. The bad man to idolize right now.
Stokes has been on top of his game for a number of years so far. He has done exceptionally well for England in all formats, really. Weatherburn needs to battle here for Jamaica. 56 for 2. 21 overs completed. Johnson is on 13. Weatherburn not take off the mark. The spin has worked for Trinidad here. Picked up 2 wickets. They have done the job for them as well in the tournament. Lurking on the boundary, wicket and square leg. One is sweeping again. There's an appeal. Leg seems to be outside the leg stump.
One is sweeping again.
Would love to get this wicket, Trinidad and Tobago. Big scalp. A full delivery hit between mid-on and mid-wicket. 1, 2, 3 bounces over the fence, into the fence. 4 more runs to Johnson. Another bad delivery to him.
2 for once more from Vasan Singh. Quite from the length and line to go to Jordan Johnson, the left-hander. 2 left-handers at the wicket now. To show if the captain will persist with him. He doesn't pick up a quite soon. He will be a leg spinner. Johnson seems to like what he's bowling so far.
So Johnson prepared to take on those bad deliveries. He's been in good form. That brings Weatherburn. It's a nice little single. 61 for 2. Weatherburn comes on strike. Jamaica. Trinidad still hunting, looking for that 3rd wicket. Played there by Weatherburn. Kills it right in front of him. Short leg fields. Breeze blowing across. Clean field. The sun is out. Few clouds around. No threat of rain. It's flight it outside the off stump. People having a little bit of trouble there gathering that delivery. Singh seems to have no problem in putting some flight on that delivery. Most of his deliveries really. Tossed up a few bad deliveries which were dispatched. And he's just on the leg side coming off the pad. That brings you over to an end. 61-2 Jamaica. Stacey, you think they would see introduction of any pace bowlers for the rest of this innings? Or for the day?
Well, you know that the pace bowlers they do receive points on the wicket. Might be tough at this point in time, given how the spinners are going and how the spinners have gone really since the start of this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars tournament, the 50-over format. They really took a lot of wickets there.
This one's driven nicely. True covers. It's going close to the fence. Will it beat the fielder? It does. Hits the rope. 4 more runs to Johnson.
A good effort from Fariz Ali, but couldn't quite hold on to it in the end to stop it from going for 4. An important thing to note, that ball was hit aerially between those two fielders that are placed in the cover area. Rajiv Ramnath and Basant Singh there, short in waiting for a catch. So I don't think the bowler will be too upset with that boundary being scored in the fashion it was scored rather.
Well, those 2 men are lurking for that shot. Seeing some adjustments. Oh, this one is dropping short. Excellent effort there by the man at short leg. Diving forward, one-handed.
Oh, this one is dropping short.
It's a feeling there by the man at short leg.
Jagasar always finds himself under the helmet close in for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
This one is played in the approved manner. Flatter, faster delivery. Those men at short extra cover looking for that shot. Just in the cover area. Played it officially, went for 4. Bit of risk. Johnson taps away. This one is outside the off stump, hustling. He's bowling left arm around the wicket. So there would not be much spin on that delivery. It would have been a straighter delivery. Bowling around the wicket. This one is being swept. Peel, but Johnson's left leg is really outside the ball.
Swept.
Well. He's walking back to the pavilion. He's bold. We did not see that one.
What I was about to say, so far, the deliveries that he has swept are deliveries that were pitching outside. Went for the sweep on that occasion. It appears as if it just rolled back onto the stump. Sweep shot. Another sweep shot bringing about the demise of another Jamaican batter. Johnson is looking so good. He's been sweeping.
Well, did not see that coming, but Jamaica have lost wicket number 3, that of Johnson. He walks back to the pavilion. 65 for 3. Oh, how things have changed suddenly.
Not too dissimilar to how things have gone in the 50-over tournament. Wickets, once one wicket fall, they seem to fall in a hurry. So all of a sudden, 3 wickets have fallen. I think 1 over after the other to Andrew Rambarani. I stand to be corrected.
See, I've got now 3 wickets thus far.
So Brian Barnes, the skipper, so he's to the middle. Still in a bit of trouble here, losing those 3 quick wickets, particularly losing Jordan Johnson as well. Another left-hander, Brian Barnes. The left-handers are rolling out for the Jamaican team.
to spend some time at the crease here. This one is a flatter delivery that brings you over to an end. That's successful over there for Trinidad and Tobago. 65-3. And the big wicket of Johnson goes sweeping. That's really Jamaica's find themselves in some issues.
65.
Had the benefit of a replay on that dismissal for Jordan Johnson.
Just did not see that. Saw him sweeping. Then Trinidadians huddled and we saw him walking off. Seems to that ball have trickled back onto his stumps.
Picked the right delivery to sweep. It was outside the line of the stump. So it was there to be swept. And he swept well so far in his innings. Unfortunately, I don't know if it took some bounce or it turned. So look back for that later on today just to see what occurred there. So a change of bowling, as I suspected. The leg spinner Vasan Singh has been replaced by his captain, Joshua Davis, who is a right-arm off spinner. Two left-handers in the wickets.
The spin continues for Trinidad and Tobago. Davis, skipper, coming right arm around the wicket. Bad delivery outside the leg stump, and that is hit. Bad start for Davis, and really Weatherburn had no excuse in dispatching that delivery.
Curious delivery to start. Full. Very well
Bad start for Davis. Really Weatherburn had
That takes Weathermark off the markers. Weatherburn, sorry, off the mark as well.
Yeah. Gift given to Weatherburn, and he took that gift with both hands. Davis, second delivery around the wicket. Better delivery. He's had some flight on that one. Dug it out. 69 for 3. 23 overs have been bowled. Had an hour, just about 40 minutes of play. This one is played in the approved manner at short leg fields. There's one slip, good point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wickets, and a man at deep square leg for the off spin of Davis. This one is flighting nicely outside the off, some driven. So the man at mid off picks up a big single. It's a good run in between these two. The Bonds and Barnes. Skipper would have to play on one of those innings. Score goes up now to 70. 70 for 3. As you mentioned before, you have seen wickets falling in a cluster. It has happened here this morning for Jamaica. It has happened in the one-day tournament, and it continues to plague these teams.
Yes, and Andrew Rambaran, since his switching ends, has picked up those 3 wickets.
He's having an excellent tournament for Trinidad and Tobago with the ball. This one is driven airishly over mid-off. Finds 1, 2, 3 bounce, stops inside of the rope, and he thought that he had that over the field and into the fence, but he was denied of 3 runs.
Thought that was gone. Brian Barnes, a skipper. Last year's tournament, he was only able to score 69, a highest of 37. So they need that best and more from him today. They found themselves at 71 for 3.
Barnes and Weatherburn in the middle. Jamaican innings, 71 for 3. Have lost the wickets of Johnson, Howell, and Ware, 3 of the most senior batters in this team. Dependent Johnson has gone back sweeping, ball trickling onto his stumps. So a partnership needs to be built here between these two to get Jamaica to that decent total. This is the first day of 3. You won't want to be bowled out today, really, giving the Trinidadians all this time to really go and bat and then set a target for them again, putting themselves under pressure. They would have to bat out the remaining of this day, score as much as possible. But that is left to be seen. This one is on the leg stump. They have come for 1, coming back for a second, waiting on the signal from the umpire. There's none, so that came off the bat. So 2 more runs.
And you know, the 3-day format is a game within a game, really. You know, you can pick up points for winning outright, but you also pick up first innings points. So, let's say no one goes on to win this game and it's a draw, then first innings points will be imperative for both of these teams moving forward. So that's why it's important for the Jamaican team to amass a good total and then hopefully restrict Trinidad and Tobago.
It's critically important for you to get a good knock at your first stint at the crease. Jamaica 73 for 3. These two need to
It's critically important.
take them to lunch without losing another wicket, and then they could start to think about the evening session. Haven't seen much balls been left alone. That one has been left outside the off stump. Spinners have been on the batters asking questions of them. 73 for 3. Man with the golden arm continues for Trinidad, keeping things tight. Has picked up 3 wickets so far. Those 2 men lurking at short extra cover. Backward pointer slip. Mid off. This one is hitting the outer portion of the bat and just evading that man at first slip. Pick up another cheeky single there.
Nice edge just past the diving arms of the skipper Joshua Davis in the first slip. Number 1 continues to pose problems for these Jamaican batters. 2 left-handers at the wicket. Left arm spinning operation. Usually we talk of matchups. But these spinners, these modern day spinners, yesterday, I recall 4 wickets went down in West Indies last innings. 2 of the right-handers were dismissed by Ashwin, and 2 of the left-handers were dismissed by Jadeja. Definitely saying something about matchups there, those 2 bowlers. So, Rambaran has come to an end, 74 for 3. It's definitely causing some problems to all of the batters so far in this innings.
He's a chief bowler for Trinidad and Tobago, picking up 3 wickets. The 3 wickets thus far.
Son, if you look at the 3 wickets, it's 3 wickets that fell by the batters attempting an aggressive shot. Kenroy, can't say that anything. I'll continue. Yeah, can't say that anything really bounced and turned and, you know, hit the stump, or there was an edge to the keeper on LBW. All 3 batters were dismissed from Rambaran trying to play aggressively again.
Yes, you have not seen that special delivery to any of the batters. You have fell to rather ordinary deliveries, really. Playing the sweep shot, top edge to the man at square leg. Just pulling one to the man at mid-on. That was Powell. Shot and punch through the covers. Picks up 2 more runs. Then Johnson went for that sweep shot. Trickled down to his stumps. So the bowlers have not really produced those sort of deliveries to dismiss the batters. The batters have aided them with their wicket taking.
Yeah, so it tells me, although there's something in the wicket for the spinners, it's by no means unplayable. If you apply yourself, you can score runs.
That is what we would love to see these batters do in this tournament. Apply yourself, spend some time at the crease. This one is swept again to the one at deep square leg. Love to see these young batters in this tournament apply themselves, get some runs, score some hundreds, set this tournament alight. As we continue, this one's a shorter delivery outside the house. Had some spin on that one. Davis went across the bat into the keeper's glove. Took some piece off it as well. Looks like the traditional spinner there that we're accustomed to. Davis. Again, flighted delivery and he's forward. In the approved manner. That brings you over to an end. 77 for 3.
And that's why I like the 3-day format for these youngsters, Ken Roy. Gives them an opportunity to learn a lot as they go along from batting innings to batting innings. So hopefully, if the Jamaicans get another chance to bat, they will correct those mistakes that they made, especially those 3 batters that were dismissed so far. So they will hopefully learn and correct. They're still pretty young men in the development stage of their careers, and this is why we have these sorts of tournaments, so that they can learn things and apply them in certain situations going forward.
We would love to see these young batsmen apply themselves and really score some runs in this tournament. They are the future cricketers of the West Indies, and we need to see from them that they have what it takes to take the West Indies to that level that they need to be. Batters really need to come to the fore. 77 for 3. Jamaica. Continues to be consistent, continues to plug away at the batters. Weatherburn and Burns. The crease for Jamaica. For quick single, they get it. Easy single.
Yeah, and it's because he's been so consistently good, Rambaran. Jamaican batters try to take a chance. So far, I've seen chances that they've taken against him haven't paid off.
You just need to be patient. You just need to be patient. Play the ball up and down, mid on, mid off. Don't risk their wickets. Hit it up in front. Hit the ball in front of you. Always do that. The horizontal shots, take them out of your book, really, and just be patient with your game.
Always do that. Horizontal shots, take them out of you.
Give the bowler some work to do. Let them work for your wicket, not just gifting it away. This time it's on the leg stump. You need to play it to mid-wicket. It should be 2 runs. They have taken those 2, which are on offer. So the score moves on now to 80. 80 for 3. 27 overs have been completed, Jamaica. This is their first innings. Good conditions for cricket here. Got some more Barnesville. Always a good place for cricket. Surface is pretty good. Doesn't hold much water at all. Runs off the surface. Pretty quick outfield. Gives you maximum for your shots.
The toss and bat first.
Big scores from these 2 to get to that total. We would love to get to that total, but they have to apply themselves. Do what is required of them. Play the ball in the V up and down straight, and give themselves the best opportunity to win this game outright.
Yeah, that's at the start of the day. 300 is definitely something to discuss. Batting unit. One toss. bat for something that they should have been aiming for. They have type of batters that can get into the target. Three of them have been dismissed, so maybe they will be reassessing that target that they may have had in mind.
Davis continues to operate from the southern end
Harley.
for Trinidad and Tobago. He's the skipper. He's operating with a slip and a short leg. Coming around the wicket. Flighted delivery and Barnes just puts it off the wicket onto his bat, squeezes it out to the man at backward point who does the feeling. 3 men lurking in that cover area. Point. Outside the off stump, left alone. Judgment on his behalf.
At this point in time, you'll probably see an exhibition of patience from both batters, almost close to that luncheon interval.
It's nicely driven to mid off. Man lurking. Just relaxing on that run there. Really be pushing. The man is deep, looking for that second run. Maybe casually, but there's a few things need to be taken into consideration here. Close to lunch. Davis continues. And nice that you covers. He picks up one. Won't get more than that. That side of the playing field station seems to be just a little bit slow than the other side.
Some rain fell this morning as well. So we do have good drainage. Balls are racing around. Maybe after lunch you can see that. Now it's a bit heavy. Especially at that time.
It's really that the playing field that is pretty much well manicured. Taking care of the grass is cut. Looks good. The greenery is there. Man with the golden arm from Trinidad and Tobago continues. The delivery on the next stump. Oh, that squeezed out. He was looking to
Golden now.
sweep and changed his mind. Just got the bat on it and squeezed it to the man behind there and picks up another cheeky single. That could have been disastrous for him if he had missed.
Yeah, luckily for him, he got the bat down in time. I was just talking about an exhibition of patience just before lunch. Sweep.
This one is outside the off stump, beating him. Keeper didn't take it cleanly, but that went through the bat and pad of Weatherburn. By single by the umpire. That was an excellent delivery ball there.
Indeed so. Some turn and bunks there from Rambaran. Brian Barnes looking to offer up a drive. Missed it. A good awareness from Weatherburn. So that it missed the keeper and called him through for a quick single.
Again outside the off stump this time. He just played it in a approved manner. Not looking for that big drive.
Get outside the off stump.
Jamaica 83 for 3. Flat delivery again. Pushed up to the man at short extra cover. 2 men lurking there. Mid off. Slip. Davis. Short leg. Keeps going. This one is outside the off, some left alone into the keeper's glove. That brings another over to an end. So after this, it's 83 for 3. Close to that luncheon interval, really. Should have at least one more overstays here.
The spinners are bowling quickly. You might even get 2. Depends on how this over is played, and that's part of the game. You know, the 2 batters, they need to have some delaying tactics in place. And then the fielding side, they'll be looking to hurry things up. So both batters not looking in any hurry. Weatherborn just strolling back to the non-striker's end.
Shouldn't be in any hurry at all. They shouldn't be in any hurry at all, these batters. Take your time. And just continue. Some outside the off, some doesn't really have to play at that. Causes no problems into the keeper's glove. So what do you think would be a good score here for Jamaica?
Given the opposition, honestly, I don't know what sort of Trinidad and Tobago team will show up with the bat. I haven't really had a good showing with the bat so far in the 50-over tournament. And I'll go even further back to last year's tournament. Didn't really show up with the bat there. So I think Jamaica might be looking to get at least 250. And beyond that, I don't think anything less than that should be accepted from the Jamaican team. And they have lost 3 wickets, so they'll definitely need to reassess things. But these 2 need to bat really long past the T interval, and then from there they could probably relaunch. But that's what I would hope if I was in the Jamaican camp.
250 runs on this wicket would be challenging total for the Trinidadian team based on what we have seen. How they have played. They have bowled well as a team, but they have not batted well as a team. We have not seen the batters come to the fore for Trinidad and Tobago. So Jamaica would be happy to get that sort of total on board. Trinidadians under pressure like that, hoping for victory. As Davis continues to the board for Trinidad and Tobago. It's 84 for 3. 29 overs completed. So changes angle again from over the wicket. He's gone around the wicket. Defensively, seems to be that is lunch. Umpires have taken bills off. They have called lunch. So at lunch, they are 84 for 3 here. Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. Just reminding you that this is the West Indies Under-19 tournament, the Rising Stars. And we've been played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we're here at the lovely Arnesville playing field. It is lunch here, and it is lunch in a couple of places in the world, and we are going to take a break here, and we'll be back after the luncheon interval to continue describing cricket here for you at Arnesville.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Annesville playing field in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 tournament. This first round of matches being played between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. Earlier on this morning, Jamaica, they won the toss, elected to bat first. They're currently 85 for the loss of 3 wickets. Players to be dismissed: Adrian Ware, he went for 27. Marlon Powell, he went for 12. And Jordan Johnson, after looking so promising, he went for 24. All of these wickets fall into Rambaran. He has figures of 3 for 23 so far from 11 overs. Players at the crease, we have Weatherborn, he's on 9. And Brian Barnes, the captain, he's on 10 from 26 deliveries. As we welcome back Kenroy Martin. Good afternoon to you, Kenroy.
Good afternoon to you, Asnet, and welcome back to Annesville playing field as we continue to describe the actions here between Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago after the luncheon interval.
Starting proceedings here. Rahman Juman, right arm seamer. First spell came from the Beckway end. So switch of ends for him. Coming back here this afternoon. Pretty even session, I would say. Jamaica 84 for 3. But Trinidad and Tobago just picking up some wickets at some crucial points in that first session.
Yes, after the first hour, they were looking good, Jamaica. But Trinidad brought their key man in and he has picked up the 3 wickets so far. He got wickets at 33, 36 and 65.
First run after the lunch break. Captain Barnes there punching that one through the covers. So a partnership of 21. They've had to do a rebuilding job here for Jamaica.
Yes, they need to really bat as long as possible. The luncheon interval has been completed and they are now given the task to bat until about the first hour. They take it session by session, really. The first hour would be in their mind, get through that first hour and then on to tea and try and bat out the rest of the day and put a decent total on the board. But that would be dependent on how these two goes here for Jamaica.
Absolutely. It's a fullish length. A good looking player. I've seen him last year, 3-day tournament as well. He scored 100. So Jamaica will be hoping he replicate that type of form early in this 3-day tournament this year.
Well, that will be good news for Jamaica. That will be good news for the youngsters as well. And that will be excellent news for this tournament to see the first day. At least batter gets to that 3 figures.
mix-up there in the middle between both batters. I think it was the right call in the end. Was never a single there. In terms of the wicket, Kenroy, what's your assessment of the wicket so far?
I think it has played a little bit low to the end. The spinners, you haven't really given the bowlers a lot of assistance, really. I think it's a good wicket. If you apply yourself, you would score runs, and if you bowl it in the right areas, you could pick up wickets as well.
Truman again leaves us up here at the commentary box and a bit of bounce there. I was just about to mention that we have seen some inconsistent bounce, especially from this commentary box end. Then with the new ball, some balls were actually dying before they reached the wicket keeper, and on that occasion we saw a bit of bounce there for Juman.
Yes, you have to be very watchful as a batsman. The wicket is rather to pace. Sometimes it keeps low, sometimes there's a steep bounce. So you have to be very careful. Watch the ball onto the bat and just be patient. Play the ball in front of you, play the full face of the bat, mid on, mid off, and
Jagasat, deepish short leg really. Can't really call him a short leg as such. He's a bit deep. So that's a good position to have, especially on a wicket that has this sort of inconsistent bounce. As the first over is completed after the lunch break, Jamaica, they're 86 for the loss of 3.
well, one over completed after the luncheon break. Jamaica continues to battle here against Trinidad in the first round of this tournament, 3 days tournament. A lot of time left in this game, so they really have to buckle down, bat as long as possible, these two batsmen, and give Jamaica a total, at least 250 or so, to give Trinidad. And I think they would be challenged, really, Trinidad and Tobago. They would be challenged by such a total because they have not been batting as well as they ought to in this tournament as a team.
As we see Joshua Davis, the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team, coming in from the Beckwith end. Both just spelled before lunch, but he wasn't really that threatening, really. I thought he would have offered more problems, especially to both left-handers here, him being an off-spinner. Turn it away from the batter.
Well, he's bowled most of his deliveries from around the wicket. So he hasn't posed a lot of threat to the batters. He haven't utilized those little areas in front where the fast bowlers have probably just scuffed up, really. So he has not posed a lot of threat to the batsmen. And although you said they are left-handers, he has not really hit that line and length to cause that sort of trouble.
You'll be hoping that he can just find the right line and length, and most importantly, the right pace to bowl at. Him being a short man, he'll have to flight the ball a bit more.
Yes, I agree with that as well. Need to give it a little bit more air, a little more time as well to bring that batsman on his front foot, causing to get the slips.
This one, he's using his feet there, Barnes. Strong man, one bounce into the fence for 4. So the first boundary after lunch, that goes to the captain, Barnes. A good looking shot.
Yes, he just used his feet nicely and made that ball into a full toss, really, and smacked it over mid-on for the first boundary after lunch. A good-looking shot there by Barnes to bring up 4 runs to his account.
I think that is something we have not seen a lot of in this tournament, including the 50-over tournament. Batters using their feet against the spinners. Most of the batters seem to be stuck in the wicket. And it's good to see Barnes there on that occasion using his feet. Just depositing that one over mid-on for a welcome boundary early after lunch.
Using his feet.
Yeah, that's good signs. That's good signs from a middle order batter. It tells me that you're pretty much agile. You could use your feet, use your reaches and dispatch balls like that.
So he's cutting at this one, taking the outer portion of the bat. Should be able to come back for a second here, Barnes. Does so successfully. So 2 more runs added to the total. Jamaica 92 for the loss of 3.
Well, 92 for 3. They continue to get the runs in the overs. They're not bogging themselves down. They're hitting the bad deliveries, and that is something that you need between these two. You need a momentum. They're just coming back from lunch, so they need to get things settled again and really, that's a good sign for these two batters. Running between the wicket has been good as well.
I think both of these batters are free scoring players based on what we have seen so far. So as long as they occupy the crease, I think they'll score runs at a reasonable rate. With the ball, as we mentioned, scored a century in last year's tournament. Seen a bit of Brian Barnes in this year's 50 over tournament. Hits the ball very hard. He'll be looking to build an innings this time around. It's free the cricket. Let's adapt to the situation. Where the ball again is driving nicely. A chance for a run out here. Direct hit, yes. Direct hit there from Agard. Just as we were praising the run in between the wicket there, Kenroy. We see a bit of a mix-up there. It was a good-looking shot, but well timed, and that delivery went to the left of Agard there. He's strong
a
hand.
chance for a run out here. Direct hit,
So
yes.
Brian Barnes is dismissed. All after
Direct hit
lunch.
there from
And
Agard.
Jamaica did
Just as we
92
were
for the loss of 4.
Really, a single that was never really on. It was struck powerfully to the man at mid-off. He got the ball quickly, and Barnes was halfway down the wicket and really had no chance of getting back into his crease. A good throw by the left-hander and taking the bails off, and they have lost wicket number 4 through the run-out route, something that you don't really want to see at this stage of the game, and even in this 3 days encounter, you should not be losing the wicket through the run-out route.
Yes, absolutely. I think what happened there, because he was in the flow of the shot there, Weatherborn, it appears that he was making a couple of strides down the wicket. That actually encouraged Barnes to maybe attempt a single, but it was never a single, as you mentioned. He timed it too well, really, to Agard. And another unfortunate wicket there for Jamaica. As we see Beckford making his way to the wicket. Justin Beckford, right-handed batter. Saw a bit of him last year as well. Confident batter. He will looking to build a partnership here, having lost his captain early after the lunch interval.
They need a partnership here if indeed get to the total, respectable total. The Trinidadians have gone into lunch and they have come back with a different strategy. They have started with the pace bowler and the off spinner Davis, and they have gotten their first wickets for the run-out route. So things are looking good for the Trinidadians, but the Jamaicans need to get things together here in the middle.
Looking back at the wickets, Kenroy, I think it's safe to say that Trinidad and Tobago, they've been rather fortunate or fortuitous in terms of some of the dismissals. Some of the deliveries weren't really wicket-taking deliveries, as we'll say. If you look at, for example, Powell, a short delivery, he just managed to pull it to the man there at mid-on. The batter they wear, sweep shot, top edge, out to deep mid-wicket. Jordan Johnson, he was looking so good on 24 before he just managed to sweep one onto his stumps, basically, as this one is driven by Weatherborn. Out to deep cover, coming back for a second. Yes, they get it in the end. And then we have that run out there. So when Jamaica sit down and analyze, they'll basically say that we have gifted some of these wickets to Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, they have not really made the bowlers work as hard as they're supposed to get these wickets. They have, as you said, gifted their wickets away. And that is the reason why they're in this position now at 94 for 4. Actually one going through the run-out route and some pretty soft dismissals, really, after doing the hard work, batting for our plus, and another delivery just on the off stump, squeezed out to mid-wicket. He was a little half-cocked, really. Not really committed to that shot, and it almost went onto his stumps.
It's a good delivery there, just in the line that you want to be on this type of wicket with the uneven bounce, uneven pace. It's on and about the off stump there. Weatherborn a bit unsure, really, not really coming forward in any sort of conviction. Taking the inner portion of the bat, goes down to fine leg for another single. So that brings Beckford, right arm batter, into strike for his first delivery. But Juman, he has been impressive. We saw him in the 50 over tournament as well. He hits the deck hard, gets the ball to skid on to the batter. As we see a slip, man there at gully. And in the eye line of the batter there, Justin Jagassar, he seemed to be the specialist short leg fielder. This one is outside the line of the horse. Some good line, good left. Well played also by Beckford.
It's a good line being bowled here by the fast bowler from Trinidad. Would love to see a little bit more fast bowlers in this tournament be utilized. But the spinners have taken the role. They have even opened the bowling. Several teams in these tournaments. So fast bowlers have not really come through. But he has bowled a steady line just on the off stump and has always posed some threat to the batters during the tournament whensoever he has the ball in his hands.
It's another good delivery, a loud appeal. Umpire shakes his head. Very good delivery there, just in that corridor of uncertainty we just mentioned. Just getting a bit of movement. Either way, there, Juman.
Yes, that ball was pitching just on the fourth stump and causing him to push forward in that area of uncertainty, as you said.
Another good delivery, a loud appeal.
Confident appeal, but not how says the umpire. And that brings his over to an end.
It's well bowled there by Juman. Beckford. Basically a brilliant delivery there last over. Did well not to edge it actually. Those are the type of deliveries you don't want all in your innings as a batter. As we see Joshua Davis, he'll continue from the back way end. As a man out at long off, cover extra, cover backward point. A man at slip, silly mid off, mid wicket, mid on, and a man at deep square leg. It's a bit of an in-out sort of feel for him, the off spinner. This is good captaincy, as in trying to put some pressure after the lunch interval on the Jamaican batters. This one is torn in on Weatherbourne. We've seen torn all day, but it has been slow torn at times. The wicket is not the quickest. Sometimes the batter is able to negotiate the turn because of the slow nature of the wicket. Miss stumping there, well bowled there by Joshua Davis, giving this one a bit of flight. There was Weatherbourne trying to walk this one through the onside. Missed it completely, and I think there was a chance for stumping there for a while there.
Yes, a well bowled delivery by Davis. He gave it some air, flighty delivery out the off stump. He played and missed, and the keeper did not collect cleanly. So a chance going and begging there. Some miss by the wicket keeper. Should have been wicket number 5 really, but he lives to fight on.
He's sweeping at this one at top edge, falls safely in the end. Going back for a second, another bit of indecision there from both batters. So a lot happening after the luncheon interval, Kenroy.
Well, plenty happening for Trinidad and Tobago. It's really sweep shot again. Almost getting into trouble there. Top edging and falling short of the man who's at square leg. But some good bowling here by these two so far after the luncheon interval between Davis and the right arm seamer, who has gone past the bat. Juman has gone past the bat on several occasions. But still, these batters have to be very careful as to how they apply the sweep on this wicket because of the slow nature of it.
As we see, the right-handed back foot comes into strike. We mentioned that most of the deliveries that Davis bowled before the lunch break were actually around the wicket, especially to the left-hander. What we've seen since he has switched to over the wicket, he has looked a bit more threatening.
From the angle that he's coming from.
Sweep shot once again, missing this one. Coming back for a second, I believe, yes. Rambaran there, chase. For the signal from the umpire. High signal. So that one just turning past the leg stump there from Joshua Davis.
He's getting even more assistance from bowling around the wicket as well. The ball is turning, it's not turning as fast as it's against some bounce as well. So he looks more threatening from bowling from over the wicket to both right-handers and the left-handers.
Again, a bit of tone, maybe a bit too short. We'd like to get the batter there, the right-hander onto his front foot. As we see over number 34 coming to an end. Jamaica, they're 98 for the loss of 4.
Yes, battle continues here between these two teams, between ball and bat. I think Trinidad has had the upper hand so far. The Jamaicans has assisted them, getting them into that position where they have gifted some 3 wickets or so, 4 wickets made basically to the Trinidadians, and wickets fell at 33, 36, 65 and 92. So a steady fall of wickets here, as we have seen in the tournament where the wickets fall in clusters.
It's Juman again. He's just 8 Comanche box in. A bowl there. I think well left as well from Weatherborn.
Good delivery, well left into the keeper's glove. Good judgment being displayed here by Weatherborn.
Juman continue to impress. That line and length. Getting a bit of lift as well. Bowling here from the Comanche box end. This captain will be relatively pleased with his performance so far after lunch. Another delivery outside the off stump. So it appears that maybe moving forward they will bowl the spinners from the backway end, maybe rotate a couple of their seamers from this end.
Well, we have only seen 2 pacers for the day in Trinidad. Juman have seen bowled. I can't recall seeing another
Agard as well.
Agard as well, right? The left arm seamer. So he hasn't gotten a second spell. So he's there on the field as well.
Driving this one straight to the man there at extra cover with the ball. Pretty sure soon he'll go back to Rambaran, his premier spinner. Man has got 3 wickets so far in this innings. So a spell from him, I think, won't be too far away.
In the context of this game, he should be introduced, I think, probably just after the space bowler has done his part.
He's cutting this one nicely there. Pass, backward point. A lovely shot. A bungry there by Weatherborn. Just giving the batter a bit too much room, Juman, and he paid the price.
I think that is the best shot we have seen for the day so far. It was a short ball outside the off stump, and he really pounced on it, hit the ball to backward point. Nobody could have catched it into the fence before. A beautiful shot by him.
Beautiful shot indeed. Juman there just guilty of just giving the batter there a bit of room. You mentioned that he has really bowled a good line and a good length so far. On that occasion, just oaring in length, and as most good batters would do, they made you pay. So 102 for 4. 100 also coming up with that shot as well into the 35th over. So just below 3 runs per over, Jamaica. His delivery is down the leg side, so just losing his line in his last couple of deliveries, Juman. Good day for cricket. Sun is out in all its glory. Nice breeze blowing across the ground as well. That would help the players to keep them cool. Also very cool up here in the Comanche box.
Switch this position for the one on the field, though. At this time. And at this age.
Good delivery there. So the ball coming forward. Bat and pat close together. So it's the end of the 35th over. Jamaica, after winning the toss and batting this morning, they are 102 for the loss of 4.
Yes, Stevens game here between these two teams. Jamaica still needs to do a lot of work in the middle. These two batters need to bat as long as possible. Trinidad keep getting wicket at crucial times and pull themselves back into the game. Every time Jamaica seems to have a nice little partnership, something happens.
As we see Joshua James continuing from the backway end, bowling to Beckford. Joshua Davis, sorry. Thank you very much there to my competent scoring team. This one is walking nicely to short fine leg for a single. Singles are going to be important as well, especially playing against the spinners. It's something we haven't seen a lot of during the 50 over tournament. Any format of the game, taking singles, put pressure on the fielding team.
Yes, they have batted a lot of dot deliveries, and they have not really turned over the strike, the batters. They have to learn to do that in every format so that they can have a rhythm and they could build momentum. We have not seen that from the batters. They have batted a lot of dot deliveries.
Especially with the situation where we have a right and left hand combination here, that's going to be critical. So Joshua James getting a bit more confident, more comfortable ball into the left hander. So walking the ball into gaps are going to be key here for Weatherborn. Delivery outside the off stump, turning away. So we're left by Weatherborn. His delivery is not really threatening his stump as such. We haven't seen a doucher as such from Joshua Davis. So he can confidently leave those deliveries outside his off stump. So short of a length, he's punching it through the cover region. Should be able to come back for a second. Yes, they will. Two more added to the total. Jamaica. Short of a length delivery there, had enough time to go back and just pick his spot really for the extra cover region.
Short delivery and really dealt with good manner, punching it through the vacant area in the covers, picking up 2 runs. He looks good, he's timing the ball good as well.
As another over comes to an end. Jamaica, they're 105 for the loss of 4.
Well, team that's hanging in the balance here between both teams. No one seems to be pushing ahead forward to take the advantage. But based on how the tournament went so far in the 50 overs, you think 250 runs would be Jamaica?
250 runs definitely look a long distance away, Kenroy. I think if it is that they get up to such a total, that would be a real daunting challenge for the Trinidad and Tobago batting. I mentioned that they haven't really put together any sort of consistency in their batting performances throughout the season, or even in last year's 3-day tournament. Their batting was a cause for concern, so it will be interesting to see how they adapt from the 50 over game that we just saw into this 3-day tournament. Juman it is again, and Beckford is driving up to the man there at extra cover. Fielded. There's no run. If we look back at the 50 over tournament just concluded, only one team really scored 200 on 2 occasions. That was the Windward Islands. Eventually being the runners up to eventual winners Jamaica. I haven't seen a lot of runs being scored on these pitches.
And that says a lot about what has occurred. What is we're looking forward for in this tournament. 200 par score. But in this tournament, it has been a difficult task for the batters to gain or to get to that total.
Difficult indeed. Juman is in the middle of a very good spell here after lunch. Went past the outside edge of Beckford's bat on a couple of occasions. So we're looking to find that line again. Just around there, on and about the off stump. Moving away. Beckford that time just playing it out to the man there at point. 5 for 4, over number 37. So in terms of the over rate, this has been good over rate by Trinidad and Tobago. They managed to bowl 30 overs in the 4th session. So just around where you should be, 15 overs per hour. So the use of the spinners helped in that regard.
Yes.
and Tobago utilizing 3 spinners so far in the form of Vishan Singh, Captain Joshua Davis, and of course Andrew Rambaran, the pick of the bowler so far. Still has Nick Ramlal, the spinner as well. I haven't seen him to show how soon he'll be used. Short delivery and Beckford goes back and just walks it down to the man there at fine leg for another single.
Is that left arm spinner a part of the first 11?
Yes, he is, Nick Ramlal. Saw quite a bit of him last year. Steady batter as well. Doesn't give his wicket away.
All right. I still have him in the armory. They haven't released him as yet.
The ball is going to be very important here for Jamaica. It's been there for a while. He's on 19. We definitely have to build partnerships with the middle order. Beckford just coming to the crease, so a bit of repair work here being done by these two. As we see at the end of another over, 106 for the loss of 4, Jamaica.
Yes, pressure situation for these two batters. Need to get through this hour or so, first hour after the luncheon interval. Try and get to that hour. Don't lose another wicket. Keep batting until you get to that. Another break, which is tea, really, but they have to take it session by session. But Trinidad has been able to sneak in that wicket whenever Jamaica has had that foundation. They have always kept breaking those partnerships at crucial points. For them to get up to that total, they would have to be consistently batting this evening. They have to bat through the day and really put themselves in that position.
As you see Davis again starting another over. This one turning back into the right hander. So definitely some tone there, and as long as that tone is on display, that will continue to encourage the spinners. Beckford has to be careful with that shot and going back. Playing against the spin really. So again, he's getting the inner portion of the bat this time. Goes out to square leg for a single.
It's a much better line bowled here by Davis to the right hander and the left hander. The ball is turning, but it's turning slowly because of the surface. So what I think he should be doing is just give it a little bit more air to accommodate and to adjust his length and line just a little bit more as well.
Sweeping this one fine. Should be able to come back for a second. Possibly a third. No, I don't think they'll take on Rambaran's arm. So 2 more runs there for Weatherbourne. Just coming into the line there and playing that lap sweep. Rather fine.
Well controlled as well. Just tapped it. Came down to fine leg. Played by him. He has to be careful too. Because he's the off spinner and he's going across the spin of the ball as well. Top edge could be.
Yes, there's an element of risk attached to that shot. They'll be pitching outside, like stump turning back across the left hander. You see a change of angle here from Joshua Davis. Going back around the wicket. It's flatter and a chance for a run out again. Call where they run in the end. Beckford called early. That was critical in that single.
Yes, they were committed to it. As he played it, he called and his partner responded. So really, they got to both ends rather quickly, and the fielder could not effect that run out.
That's good cricket there from the Jamaican batters. Just walking the ball into the gap, trying to pick up those singles as well. Going to be critical. Deliveries coming forward there, Beckford. Bowled there by Joshua Davis. As we see the end of another over. At the end of it, Jamaica, they're 110 for the loss of 4.
Yes, good game on hand here. Batters for Jamaica, that's Bedford and Burns. Doing some repair work for Jamaica at 110 for 4. Remember they lost 4 wickets. The first one fell at 33. That's a Powell. The other one fell at 36. So you see how close it was. Just 4 runs between those 2 wickets. And the other one fell at 65. And then there was a run out at 92.
So it's going to be Juman to continue to his 4th over after lunch. So it's walked away nicely by Weatherborn. I think they will get the chance for 2 here. Yes. They played, well weighted, shot there into the leg side and managed to come back for 2 easy runs in the end.
Yes, 2 runs are on the card as they played it because there's a wide vacant area there. Square leg, nobody's there. The man is out on the boundaries between square leg and fine leg. Between those 2 fielding areas. So once you get that ball in the middle wicket area, it's going to be 2 easy runs also for the Jamaicans.
Come back there from Juman. The ball again. Solid in defense. Things look good so far in this innings. It's played with a degree of freedom, a degree of fluency. His timing has been there as well. He'll be looking to get a big one here for his team.
Somebody needs to get a big one. These 2 batters, they ought to get to that 250. It's predicted.
Juman, he's into his 4th over after lunch. I won't be too surprised to see a change from this end. We're getting a bit tired. The bowling conditions also, they mentioned 6 overs per bowler in a spell. It's part of the playing conditions here. So still has 2 overs up his sleeve, but I'm not too sure his captain will allow such. I think he'll want to see how Rambaran goes after lunch.
Well, he would want to introduce Rambaran as soon as. Wow.
It's a wild waft really outside the off stump. Uncharacteristic of Weatherborn. I've seen him play with a degree of control so far. On that occasion, it's a wild slash outside the off stump.
He has bowled a pretty decent line just outside the off stump. That one pitching just in the same area again. Not really bouncing, and he went to a drive, a big drive, missing everything, and one bounce into the keeper's glove. So some bounce at that end, some inconsistency in the wicket as well.
Absolutely, we've spoken about that inconsistency throughout the match so far. Again, it's a good delivery coming back into Weatherborn. Well played in the end. I think you'll get 2 more runs. Similar to the region that he got 2 from earlier on in the over. And they're going a bit straight. Well played there by Weatherborn. 2 more runs. Total goes up to 114 for the loss of 4.
Well, a good little partnership developing here between these 2. And they seem to has gotten the things right. They are playing the ball in front of their eyes. He's playing it straight. Seeing him with the paddle shot, sweep shot. They're not trying to beat the lead off the ball, but they are just playing percentage, keeping the ball in front of them. So good batting by these 2 here thus far.
So a change of angle by Juman. He's coming over the wicket this time. Guilty in this over so far of being a bit too straight to Weatherborn. Short of a length, not really rising at any sort of pace. And that ends 39th over, 38th over, sorry. 39th over. And Jamaica, they're 114 for the loss of 4.
Well, seems to have a little bit of cloud building up. It's on the Beckwith side there. It's coming up as well. The forecast to have some rain over the weekend, but conditions still favourable for cricket. Still favourable to the batters and bowlers who put in their efforts. they will get their rewards. So Annisville here, Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago, they're 114 for 4.
Looking out to that Beckway region doesn't appear to be the best sailing day, Kenroy.
Doesn't seem so at all. Water seems a little bit choppy.
Davis it is, the captain. He will continue, sporting number 45 on his back. Going to Beckford. He has a leg slip, a man at short leg, a man at slip. So quite a bit of company for Beckford. Flighted delivery, and Beckford is driving at this one, getting the inner portion of the bat again. Seen it on a couple of occasions. Tells me that he's defeated by the spin.
Could be the slow nature of the pitch as well. Could be one of the effects of the batter. That's why he keeps hitting the ball in the inner portion of the bat and it goes to square leg.
So Weatherborn into strike. Davis coming around the wicket this time. Flighted delivery there by Davis. Well bowled in the end. Done a bit of bounce there as well. Short man, but on that occasion, it's extracting a bit of tone and bounce. We'll be pleased with that. Weatherborn playing a disappointing shot there really. Kind of get out kind of shot. We mentioned his sweep shot all day. Jordan Johnson fall into that sweep shot after playing a couple wonderful sweeps. It's definitely not a shot you advise, especially seeing the type of tone Joshua Davis is getting. Once again, an action replay of the previous delivery. Same result, missing it completely. So Weatherborn here just need to settle a bit. Get back to doing what he has done so far in terms of being selective.
The sweet shot has caused the demise of a couple of players so far in the day. You'd be advised not to implement that shot. Keep playing the ball in front of him just like that and he'll be okay. But he has played 2 sweep shots outside the off-stump and missed completely.
So it's the end of the 40th over. 1 run coming from it. It's 115 for the loss for Jamaica. Having won the toss this morning here at the Annisville playing field in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 3-day tournament.
Just as we predicted, there'll be a change in the bowling from this end. The man with the golden arm has returned. Trinidad and Tobago looking for that 5th wicket here. They're 115 for 5 for 4. Jamaica. And the man who has picked up 3 wickets thus far has returned.
Golden arm indeed. Trinidad and Tobago be hoping that his arms continue to be golden throughout this innings. Definitely want to break this partnership. It's a key partnership for Jamaica. We mentioned Weatherborn, Beckford, Justin Beckford. We want to see what the lower order is like for the Jamaican team. Foolish delivery there from Rambaran. Yes, they want to see what the lower order is like. If you look back at the 50 over tournament, the lower order never really got a chance to bat as such. Most of the innings, most of the games, Jamaica actually chased down using 3 or 4 wickets. So getting into that lower order would be critical for Trinidad and Tobago moving forward.
Yes, and they would like to do that as soon as possible. Today, they have lost 4 wickets thus far, but Trinidad and Tobago still looking for that. Hey, the sweep again.
Sweep shot again, but that one heading down the leg side. Yeah, Beckford attempting to sweep that one. Maybe a bit too hard. Actually, a man back on the deep square like Bungry. He has a lot of acreage out there to protect. Another good delivery there from Rambaran. That is what we come to expect from him. Bowling a straightish line, getting the ball to turn at times, changes of pace. I think it is accuracy that is the hallmark of his bowling.
Yes, he's been bowling at the batters all morning. He has not given him any room outside the off stump. He's bowled tightly, straight. And there's a saying, if you miss, I would hit. So he's consistently at the batters.
Bit short. Beckford can't get it away. So it's the end of Rambaran's first. At the end of it, a main over actually, 115 for the loss of 4.
Well, a made over being bowled by the golden arm man. Trinidad and Tobago. It's tight, 115 for 4. They keep plugging over here looking for 5. But these two batters have denied them of such. Since that break at lunch, came back and really, they're batting smart. But just a little issue is that the sweep shot have been used but has not been effective. So
earlier, Stacey and I were speaking about the sweep shot in terms of how these batters can go about trying to negate the spin. So we spoke about using your feet as well as playing a sweep shot, but you have to be very selective with the sweep shot. Some batters will sweep on line, others will sweep based on the length of the delivery.
yeah, and the slow nature of the wicket as well doesn't help in that situation while playing the sweep shot. Just a little bit too slow. The ball has to be very close to you. You have to be effective playing that shot.
So Justin Beckford it is on strike. He's using his feet nicely this time, getting that delivery on the full. It's a single down to long on. Score moves on to 117 for 4.
I'll be disappointed with himself not doing better with that delivery. Getting to the pitch of it. Catching it on the full.
Looking at the trajectory that the captain actually bowls at, I think use of the feet can work against him. So Barnes earlier using his feet and getting a boundary down the ground. And there was Beckford just reaching that one on the full. So he gives the ball quite a bit of air. Joshua Davis. Reverse sweep this time. Weatherborn, so having been unsuccessful with the traditional sweep shot, we're now seeing a reverse sweep being implemented.
Being innovative, creative. Innovation and some creation coming into his cricket.
Definitely would not want to get out like that, especially at this juncture in the game. As we see another over completed there by Joshua Davis. And at the end of the 42nd over, Jamaica, they're 117 for the loss of 4.
Yes, sir. Evenly poised game here at Andersville playing field between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. Jamaica in the one-day tournament and actually coming out winners in that tournament. They batted solidly up front, aided by Johnson. Batted, I think, about 5 innings. Dismissed twice. Those innings really batted well. Trinidad and Tobago have not gotten really good scores in this tournament. They have bowled well as a team and fielded, but they have not batted as a team.
Let's punch out to the man there at cover. As Rambaran starts another over. Going to Beckford this time, so he has a slip, and there's Jagasar sitting it off. 2 men close in around the batter. Sweeping this one, getting it a bit fine there. Should be able to come back for a second, yes. It's a long way out there. Juman comes around and cleans up. So 2 runs at it for Beckford. That delivery just angling into the batter there, which made it easier in terms of that sweep shot.
Yeah, the ball was much closer to him there, so he could be effective playing that shot. He's bowling much straighter as well. He's coming from around the wicket.
Beckford going for the sweep shot again, misses it completely. And I was heading down the leg side. He has to be careful here, Beckford. I want to misjudge the lines. Rambaran is bowling. Rambaran look to be a bit straighter. We're pitching these deliveries on middle and leg stump, turning away. That way, you give himself a better chance of getting that LBW dismissal.
He's trying to muscle the ball somewhat. He needs to caress it. If you're playing that shot, caress it a little bit more instead of trying to muscle it. He may make connection if he tries that.
I think that is the issue there in terms of Beckford. He has tried to hit the ball a bit too hard. And on this type of wicket, without getting used to the pace and conditions, it's always going to be risky. So maybe need to play with a straighter bat for now. Maybe later on in his innings, after getting used to the bowling and the conditions, he can branch off into these cross-batted shots.
Yes. As you mentioned, the slow nature of the wicket, those cross-batted shots, will not be advised to be used on a wicket like this. You have lost a couple of wickets through that, so they're doing well, hitting the ball in front of them. That is something that they should continue doing. There are a lot of time left in this game, so just take your time, bat, hit the ball, play each ball on its merit, give yourself some time at the crease. The only way you could do that is if you play what is presented to you. Don't invent, don't try to do anything out of the ordinary, just bat. Play each ball on its merit.
You see the end of another over. 43 overs completed here by Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica, they're 119 for the loss of 4. Weatherbourne, he's there still on 27. Beckford is on 6. Remember, this is action coming to you from the Arnorsville playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 tournament. We're now into the 3-day format, having completed the 50-over tournament a couple of days ago. Jamaica, as we mentioned, were the eventual winners. The Rhode Islands were runners-up. So all teams looking to get off to a good start here in the round 1 of the 3-day tournament. Weatherbourne in between overs, just getting a bit of attention there from the physio. He'll continue against Joshua Davis. Coming around the wicket, a man at slip, sitting it off, back at front, cover extra cover, long off. This one spins past his outside edge. Seen quite a bit of that today, Kenroy.
Yes, play and miss. That's okay. The thing is that you're still there, you're batting. That would happen. But you intend to play long innings. But
it's again that reverse sweep being attempted. It's a risky shot. As you mentioned, any of these cross-batted shots tend to come with an element of risk attached to them. I think he's saying to himself, because the ball is spinning away from him, the reverse sweep might be a better option. But we've seen some inconsistent bounce as well. That could be problematic in playing the reverse sweep.
leaving it alone as well. Another option as well.
Joshua Davis into his 7th over after the lunch break, so he's into a rather extended spell here. Wondering how soon we'll see Visan Singh, the leg spinner. Once again, it's a reverse sweep. He's making good connection this time, getting very close to the boundary, and I think he'll get a boundary for it. So well played there by Weatherbourne. Reverse sweep coming off in the end.
Well, one finally connected. Weatherbourne reverse sweep. Shot, yes, but Once it is connected, once he plays it, he gets it into the gap. He got 4 runs from that shot. So 4 runs to him, 4 runs to Jamaica. Fortune favor the brave.
Brave indeed. Getting that reverse sweep nailed on the third occasion. So let's see how he goes from here. This one is driven up nicely to long off. So playing that one in the feet, which is what you want to see a bit more, as opposed to the reverse sweep. Depends on which area you're from. As another over comes to an end, 124 for the loss of 4.
I just think it's batting with sense, common sense, really. Playing the ball in front of you, not risking your wicket, and playing a reverse sweep. That is you taking a big risk on a slow turning track. But he has been successful implementing it. He tried it about 3-4 times, and about the 4th time he got it right, and it went in the fence. So 4 compliments to him. As I say, fortune favor the brave, but I would still advise him to play the ball within the field.
Well, I didn't want to bring up the test match just concluded at Kenroy, but we saw Jaiswal playing a reverse sweep in the last over of the day, the second day's play, and actually nailing it for 4. So I guess it's all about competence and how confident you are in your ability to execute that type of shot.
Well, we see a change in bowling again here for Trinidad and Tobago. See, number 30 has been introduced. Singh has been introduced from the northern end. So, man with a golden arm has been pulled out, and Singh now replaces him.
Yeah, Vasant Singh, a leg spinner, coming here from the Comanche box end. I think maybe it's a case of switching Rambaran to the Equi end, but we'll see. This delivery is getting a bit of tone there, Singh. We'll definitely get some purchase off this wicket. Also has the googly in his armory, so definitely an interesting phase of the game. Bowling to these 2 batters. Weatherborn, he's been there for a while. He's on 32.
Batted smartly so far. Each ball on its merit. Yes, he has reverse sweep. He has tried a couple of things. Ball has gone past his edge, but he has batted smartly so far. He's on 32.
Googly, well read, there by Weatherborn. You mentioned it's a slow wicket, so even as a batter, you could just ride these deliveries, as they would say.
They actually make the adjustments because of the slow nature of the wicket.
Especially if it's back of a length. I think bowling at a fuller length, you deliver a bit more flight. Actually make those deliveries a bit more threatening in terms of your wrong ones and those sort of things. Singh impressed in last year's tournament. I think he took a 5-wicket haul here against Barbados in one of those encounters. Definitely a key man. As this one is deposited over deep mid-wicket, a full toss and well put away there by Weatherborn. 128 for 4.
Well, he's seeing the ball as big as we say in local Palanga, big as a breadfruit. That was a full toss by the leg spinner. Those deliveries that normally comes out of a leg spinner hand now and again. And he made excellent use of that, hitting it over mid-wicket into the fence for 4 runs. And 4 runs to him, 4 runs to Jamaica.
I think it was another attempted googly there from Singh. Just not getting it in the right places currently. You need to just stick to his leg spinner, get his line and lengths, and then he can go into the experimental deliveries. This one again, he's sweeping at this one, not timing it as well as he would like. He'll get very close to the boundary. And they come back for 2 runs, the outfield on that side of the boundary. Heavy. Not as quick as we have gotten accustomed to here at the Annesville playing field, but 2 more runs there added to Weatherborn. So a bit of attacking intent in this over being shown against Singh.
Well, he's bowling into the area that Weatherborn like how for to play from. It's on his pads.
after that last delivery, so at the end of the 45th over, Jamaica they are now 130 for the loss of 4.
They have recovered nicely so far. These two have batted together. The last wicket fell at 92. There's now 130. 130. So what? 38 runs between these two so far. So 38 runs between these two so far. A nice partnership between these two. And really bringing back Jamaica into the game, really. And this is the issue that we've been having with the Jamaican team. They would come back with a nice little partnership, and then Trinidad seems to just sneak in and take that wicket and push things back into their.
So partnership of 38, as you mentioned, between these two. Weatherborn is on 39. Beckford is there on 7. Scoring rate is hovering around 2.8 throughout this innings, which is reasonable going. Not the quickest. It's important that the batters here just continue to bat and pile on the runs here. So just as we predicted, Rambaran coming in now from the Beckway end. So it was switched from the commentary box end. He picked up 2 of those 3 wickets. Delivery is punched down to long off for a single by Beckford. Brings Weatherborn into strike. Just a correction, all 3 of his wickets came from the commentary box, and as this one is hit high, chance for catch this time. You feel that they're just not making the type of progress that would have been required to take that catch. It was in the air for a long time there. You feel they will be very disappointed. Juman, the fast bowler, will be a bit tired from that earlier spell.
His approach took a little bit tired towards that ball, falling short, but he's safe. Creating another opportunity is the man with the golden arm.
The best of deliveries once again, a full toss. Almost doing the trick there against Weatherborn. You see Beckford again punching this one nicely. So good little innings here developing from Beckford. I mentioned his capabilities as a middle order batter. A full toss. Plays it out to the man there deep in the circle for another single. So runs beginning to flow a bit more freely now in the last couple of overs.
That is pretty all important. The dot balls normally they would tie you down. But once you're having singles, you're getting singles, you have a momentum, runs keep going on the board. That is how you build partnerships. Dot deliveries only create pressure. Batsmen tend to make mistakes when that happens.
I think what we've seen is that as long as you're in on this wicket, there's runs there to be scored. Yes, there's a bit of tone, but it's no tone really. As a batter, top order batter, should be able to negotiate that sort of challenge. We've seen Ware having has given it away. And Jordan Johnson was in prime form really. Before rather unfortunate dismissal, ball coming off his side onto the stump. Now we're seeing Weatherborn again in the middle of a good innings and 40. So definitely runs there to be scored as long as you're able to apply yourself as a batter.
Yes, and he has moved on to 40. 40, a well played 40 for him so far after the luncheon interval, and these players would have some refreshments, and we also would have a break here at Arnesville and return to bring you more coverage.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome back to the Honors playing field. Players having a deserving water break a while ago. As we're going to see a new bowler in the form of Nick Ramlal. Early on commentary with Kenroy was speaking about if they're going to utilize Ramlal. We saw quite a bit of him last year, Stacey, in the 3-day tournament. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, good afternoon. Nick Ramlal, he was quite handy for Trinidad and Tobago last year. He picked up 9 wickets in the tournament. Second highest most wickets for them, in fact, after Vasan Singh.
Yes, golden left arm spin. It's delivery. Shortish delivery down the leg side. It's interesting to see how he goes here. This wicket is a relatively slow wicket. He doesn't bowl at a quick pace, Ramlal. Does get the ball to spin into the left-hander. Similar to that one. Bit of bounce as well.
He's asking questions right away about Seth Wedderburn. Wedderburn has looked good in his innings so far. He scored 40 runs. Seeing that he's willing to play sweeps, reverse sweeps as well.
But one thing about Ramlal though, he's always give you that scoring delivery, that you can actually score from, which is why the field is a bit spread. As they come back for a second well run there by both batters. Been impressed with the running between these two.
Excellent running from Wedderburn and Beckford, but since these two have joined each other at the wicket, notice that the strike rotation has been better from the Jamaican batters since the introduction of these two to the wicket.
Yes, we have said that we've seen a bit of momentum creeping into the partnership. especially in the last 3 or so overs. A couple of boundaries being hit. And as we speak, we are seeing Justin Jagasa, the short leg specialist. Remember him being in that position last year as well. He's coming into a short leg position. It's a bit of encouragement there for Ramlal. This one is turning away from the left-hander this time. Played in the end. For another single. So there's a man at deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, or long on, mid-off. Extra cover, man at slip, a man at short leg. So a bit of an in-out field for Ramlal. He mentioned his tendency to just present that bad delivery from time to time. So his captain is giving him a bit of cover in the outfield.
Trinidad and Tobago, they're probably wondering where they can get their next wicket and break the partnership. I think it's up to 40 runs or so now, 41. So a little rebuilding period for the Jamaican team. They lost 3 quick wickets, and then the captain was run out just after lunch.
Partnership of 46 now. They're going to put some pressure on Agard, but he has a very good arm. Don't want to risk anything to him. Saw him with a brilliant run out earlier of the captain Barnes. So another single there to Beckford. He's managed to just rotate the strike, giving Weatherbourne most of the strike. Weatherbourne being there from for a good while, batting at number 4. Another flighty delivery here by Ramlal. It's the end of another over. 47 over completed. Total here for Jamaica 138 for the loss of 4. We're going to see a change of bowling from the backway end. Appears to be Agard coming into his second spell.
I don't mind this too much from Trinidad and Tobago. These two look quite comfortable against a spin bowler, so just a change of pace. Probably have the pace operating from one end and the spinner from the other, just to see how these two go against the left-hand pace of Jason Agard. Change of ends for him as well. Operated from the commentary booth in this one, and now he's coming from the back end.
Yes, 4 overs bowled so far from Agard. Yet to get a breakthrough. Effected a brilliant run out. He will want something into that final column there. His captain will want that as well. So coming in from the backway end now, Agard. Let's see how he goes. Normally gets the ball to tail away from the right-hander, even though he's coming around the wicket. Has that ability. Also bowls some good changes of pace, so a bit of everything will be required here, especially on this wicket. It's not offering a lot for the bowlers, medium fast bowlers that is, with the old ball. It's a type of wicket where you have to be patient as a medium pacer. There's not a lot of assistance on offer. So you have to be patient, just find a length on a line. It's outside the batter's off stump. I think the Trinidad and Tobago seamers, they've been guilty of trying maybe a bit too hard, bowling both sides of the wicket so far.
Kept a bit low there, Osnet, and I agree with your point. See them trying too many things, the pacers in particular. In search of a wicket, yes, you want to get a wicket, eager to get one, but got to prepare to be patient on this sort of surface.
It's the inconsistent ball continues to trouble the batters. Short and wide delivery there, but just not coming up the length length that the batter was expecting. So it's down the leg side. So for the evidence of what we are speaking about in terms of not being able to just find that line or length outside the off stump, Agard on that occasion or in down the leg side.
Yeah, and you know this partnership is crucial. They need to build it before them weather going similar in the way they approach their batting innings. Both batters seem to be content to grind things out and then launch at the back. Just the bit from last year, he scored 200 runs in the tournament at a highest of 8 runs and a healthy average of 40. The weather ball is similar. So 170 runs. And had an average of 44. So both of them are willing to bat long. Their strike rate, none of their strike rates have passed above 60. But they have scores to back it up. Weatherborn, of course, scored a century in last year's tournament.
Definitely a key partnership here for Jamaica. It's imperative that the Trinidad and Tobago team get a breakthrough. As we mentioned, both of these batters can actually play the long innings. That is something that we have not seen enough of in this year's tournament so far. Trinidad and Tobago a bit flat though, looking at their body languages. Not a lot of encouragement out there for the bowlers. And this partnership has really dented their confidence to some extent, but it's still 138 for 4. Let's look for this. Driving at that one, not making the type of contact he was looking for. And it's the end of another over. It's 48 overs completed. Jamaica, they're 138 for the loss of 4. As we see Ramlal into his second over. The ball into Weatherborn. It's a full toss and he's punching this one through cover. Not really timing it as well as he would like there, Weatherborn. Gets himself a couple of runs. Juicy full toss there, not really able to capitalize on that one. Ramlal there. He's slipping out of his hand.
Important thing was he didn't waste the delivery, he picked the gap. Didn't get 4 but got 2. And you mentioned at a point in time delivery that you can put an innocuous delivery every so often and it's over. That was one. Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping he will bowl another one.
Yes, he's an attacking type of bowler, and that comes with a lot of risk. It means that from time to time he tends to push himself too much to get that magic delivery going, and it offers scoring opportunities for the batters. This delivery getting a bit of bounce there from Ramlal. Inconsistent bounce once again, presenting some difficulty there for Weatherborn.
Yeah, no signs of variable bouncing this wicket. Kept a bit low earlier on from that end, and now we're seeing some bouncing higher for the spinner.
This one is it an inside edge? No, it's not. A loud appeal there from the fielders around the bat. One just turning back into the left-hander, which is really his top ball, that delivery. Pitching on about the off stump, going back into the left-hander. So that's definitely something that Weatherborn has to be mindful of. And facing up to Ramlal. Well, bowl once again. from him. So just 2 runs coming from that over. At the end of it, 140 for the loss of 4 wickets. So it's going to be Agard, Jason Agard, the left arm seamer. Continuing proceedings from the Beckwith end into his second over of this spell. Still yet to really make a breakthrough for his captain. His delivery is coming back into the right-handed Beckford there. Well played. Something I mentioned earlier, Stacey, in terms of the Jamaican middle order. They have not really been tested throughout the 50 over tournament. If you could recall, most of their chases were done losing 3 or 4 wickets. I think it's just in the last game they were actually bowled out. My memory serves me correct. So it's important that Trinidad and Tobago try and get into the middle order of the Jamaican batting.
To pull that one, it didn't get up as much. No signs of the one signs.
It's another delivery there. Beckford trying to pull that one away, making the type of contact he was looking for. Lack of pace, maybe. So there's a man at slip, man at gully, finish gully. This one is punched to the offside. There's no run there really from the delivery. Ramlal coming around, preventing the single. That's a good line so far from Agard. It's in the area he wants to be. Attacking the stump, so just about outside the off stump, back of a length. I mentioned the bit of scoring momentum coming into the Jamaican innings in the last couple of overs, so it's about stringing a few deliveries together. Just putting back some pressure on the Jamaican batters.
Southnet, I agree with you, it's quite important that the Trinidad and Tobago team would collate some pressure-filled deliveries to these two batters. After lunch, scoring was quite easy for them. Just time for Trinidad to try and apply some pressure back on the Jamaicans.
Driving at this one, Beckford a chance for a run out, direct hit. Beckford was reasonably safe in the end. Direct hit always makes things a bit more interesting.
Should you think if Nick Ramlal had tried to go at the strikers end, probably would have been in business. Decided to go at the non-strikers end because Weatherbourne was struggling actually. I think Jagasar was actually pointing that out to him after he threw at the non-strikers end.
Definitely would not want a second run out here, Jamaica. So the captain bans being run out from a direct hit from Agard earlier. So whilst we have commended the efforts of these two in terms of the running between the wickets, they will still have to be selective. As Agard will be coming into the left-handed Weatherbourne this time around. He's on 45. It's been a good knock from him so far. His delivery is keeping low and must say well played in the end there from Weatherbourne. Hitting the bottom of his bat really. I think it's actually going to call for a change of bat.
Probably change of gloves, perhaps. Change of gloves again. Maybe sweaty paws at the moment. He's been batting for quite some time.
It's not been a hot day as such, a sunny day as such. We've had good weather, good cricket weather. The sun is not really blazing down on us. The Annesville playing field. I know somewhere in the forecast saw that we expecting a bit of rain. But thankfully so far we have not had any sort of interruptions due to the weather. So long may it last. It's becoming a bit cloudy at this point in time. Sun just relaxing a bit. As we see Nick Ramlal into his third over. Bowled into Beckford. This delivers outside the line of the off stump. It's really threatening the batter in any way. Allows it to be taken by the wicketkeeper Ramdu. So there's a man here at long on. Yesterday is flighted, well bowled. Flighted delivery there. There was Beckford looking to go over, long off. Delivery turning away from his bat.
Nice flight from Ramlal, inducing the drive on that occasion. First delivery was just a bit too wide. Tighten up his lines. Much better the umpire. Probably having a word with him about getting into that danger zone.
Hold again. So he definitely is a threat, Stacey, and whenever he gets his lines right, sometimes he's a bit too wide. Whenever he gets that line right, he's threatening, especially on a wicket like this, offering a bit of tone for the spinners. Short, punching this one out to deep cover, a bit of cover for him out there, a bit of protection. And deliveries like that. There's one more added to the total. 142 for the loss of 4. Delivery is flatter. Pick up pace. But the ball is a long way to be taken by the wicket keeper. Just need some sort of break for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Mentioned they're looking a bit flat out there. A lot happening as another over comes to an end. 51 overs completed. The score by Jamaica, they're 142 for the loss of 4. Agard is going to continue proceedings from the Beckwith end. Beckford is the man on strike here. This one is working it fine. Down to the forward region. I think it has enough on it to take it to the fence. Come back for a second. Misdirected delivery there from Agard.
Every time he tries to get that straight out delivery, on that occasion, Beckford just putting some batter on it. Struggling with that line.
As this one is appeal outside the off stump by Banwari unmoved really. I think both the bowler and the wicketkeeper and those close in fielders were convinced. Hard to tell from up here.
Well, the bowler was extremely convinced. He was celebrating, really. Instead of appealing to the umpire, he ran down basically in celebration with his other teammates, but not out, says umpire Ryan Banwari.
Yes, we've seen about 3 or 4 deliveries of similar nature outside the off stump. Beckford just played over these deliveries. Maybe the bounce is not really there. They're short of a length. He's going back and trying to cut these deliveries through the offside, but just missing them completely. And that occasion, the Trinidad and Tobago fielders, they were convinced that there was a bottom edge. The most important man in that decision didn't feel the same way. This delivery is punching it out to Monday at mid-off. Hey God. Maybe just trying to signal to the umpire that he's really disappointed with the previous decision.
But much better from Beckford. No have measures from him this time, getting fully forward, showing the Maker's name on that occasion in that defense.
You mentioned Maker's name, Stacey. I'm not seeing the Maker's name on that bat.
Look
But
closely.
we
Come
understand
on.
what you're
There's
saying.
a little black and red going on. It could be the ball, but yeah, just showing the full face of the bat. Is that better for you, Osnet? Full face of the bat.
Much better, much better. So 144 for the loss of 4 Jamaica. Just about an hour and a half play since the lunch interval. This one is driven nicely into the gap, yes. Juman there putting down those size 11s, preventing a boundary on that occasion. It was well timed from Beckford, but gets himself 2. Score now moves on to 146 for the loss of 4. Again. 4 deliveries. Punching this one out to the extra cover region. Ramnal there athletically comes around and prevents any run. So at the end of the 52nd over, Jamaica, having won the toss this morning and elected to bat, they are 146 for the loss of 4 wickets. As we're going to see Ramlal continuing. I think we might probably see a change of bowling from the Beckway end station. Must be said, Agard hasn't looked overly threatening this spell so far. We will see a bit of spin again. Maybe a Vasan Singh. And they bowled 5 overs today. Surprised at that. Last year he was actually their leading spinner. Maybe not in the best of bowling forms this time around. Again.
Singh has largely bowled to the left-handers and they've taken a liking to him.
I think you can actually try him from the other end, which is the Beckway end we are alluding to. Bowl some overs from this, the commentary box end. He tried a bit too much as he's using his feet with the ball, not really connecting as well as he would like. Gets enough on it to get a single down to long on.
Well, as I recall, he started his spell from the Becco end and came on for a few overs from the commentary booth. Later on today. But he was bowling to Jordan Johnson from that end that really took him apart before he was dismissed.
Johnson is no longer there. Thankfully for the Trinidad and Tobago team. He really looked like a man on a mission in that short innings. Really a batter you enjoy looking at. It's a shame it didn't really last for any extended period of time, at least from a Jamaican's perspective. He's flighted there by Ramlan, well bowled. So walking his way into the middle of a good spell here, Ramlan. Captain needs this type of performance from him. This one is a bit wide outside the off stump. Beckford just allowing it to go back to be taken by wicketkeeper Ramdo. So another over is completed. 53 overs completed. Jamaica, they're 147 for the loss of 4. Weatherborn, he's there on 46. And Beckford, he's on 16.
The Jamaicans at this point in time look quite comfortable. Or the Trinidad and Tobago team needs really just someone, because you need a bowling partnership where you basically shut down both ends in terms of scoring for the Jamaicans and just try to keep pressure on them and probably have them playing a far shot. So far, the scoring has been easy. They've been managing to pick up the 1 or 2 runs for over. They'll be happy with that after losing 4 wickets quickly, really.
I think you said it well in terms of it's been a relatively comfortable partnership. We have not seen the batters being in any sort of difficulties on a consistent basis. Both batters prepared to leave deliveries that they're not really required to play at. And whenever the bad deliveries have presented themselves, they have really taken a toll on these deliveries. As he's bowling, just as I was saying, they're a bit comfortable there. Weatherborn missing a delivery there from Agard, maybe angling a bit back into the left-hander. So the breakthrough has been achieved by Trinidad and Tobago. And they now lose their 5th wicket. It's 147 for the loss of 5.
Yes, and a change of angle work there for Jason Agard. Coming left arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Just pulling it straight, basically. And picking up that wicket. Weatherborn will be disappointed. It's really good for Jamaica. Difficult situation with it falling around him. Still the ship rail. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to keep on.
It's a partnership there of 55 between Beckford and Weatherborn. It's becoming increasingly worrying for the Trinidad and Tobago camp. Thankfully for them, a bit of magic there from Jason Agard. He was speaking earlier that he wasn't looking that effective. But thankfully, he was able to effect a well-deserved wicket in the end. And Weatherborn is definitely a big miss for the Jamaican team.
Yes, and the change of angle, as I mentioned, was key to pick up that wicket. I mean, when he was operating around to the left-hander, even the right-hander, just couldn't get that straighter delivery that he was searching for. Kept going down the leg side on that occasion. He executed perfectly.
The batter is Trevon Williams. He's also the wicket keeper as well. Saw him opening the batting in the 50 over format, so change of batting position for him. Down the order, coming in at number 7. This delivery is outside the off stump. Not really threatening the batter in that situation. So both right-handers at the wicket at this point in time. 46. Really looked settled at the wicket. He's hoping to really deliver a big one for his team here today. Unfortunately for him, Jason Agard and Trinidad and Tobago, they had other ideas. He'll be outside the off stump once again. So Agard with his tail up, having made that breakthrough. The skipper. Just need to get it a bit closer to the new batter, at least having playing. So there's a man. We have two slips actually. Backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Square leg, fine leg. It's a pretty standard feel. It's going to be short of a length and an appeal again. So Agard, they're testing out the middle of the wicket, not getting the height that he was looking for. Williams attempting to play the pull shot. Apparently the ball ricocheting from his thigh pad.
I haven't seen a lot of short ball bowling today. That's probably the first. But the surprise delivery from Agard.
It's definitely not the type of wicket you'll actually bounce out a batter. Doesn't have the pace and the bounce to do that. This one is fuller. He's driving out to the man that cover. So the end of a successful over there from Agard. At the end of it, Jamaica, they're 147 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, the lack of short ball bowling plan tells me that Trinidad and Tobago, they've assessed conditions quite well. They recognize that you're not going to get a lot out of it. If you bang it in the middle of the track, yes, every now and again you can try and maybe throw the batter off guard, surprise him a bit. But they've realized the way to bowl on this wicket and they're doing. Good job so far. 5 wickets down. So Ramlal will continue with the 2 right-handers there now. I believe that the skipper might go back to Rambaran, his chief wicket taker, or even Vasan Singh, who hasn't picked up a wicket as yet.
Flighted delivery again from Ramlal. So definitely finding his groove. Definitely finding his groove here, Ramlal. Flighting that delivery. Beckford has to be careful because most of his deliveries will turn away from the right-hander. So they want to be playing across the line as such, as this one is short of a length. Show pretty close to being called a wide.
Shot, he set up to pull it, but it drifted further away from him. There's a turn there from Ramlal.
Short of a length again. There was Beckford going back, trying to cut that one. Not making any type of contact that he was looking for. So he being the senior batter in this case, Beckford, he will definitely have to pick up from where Weatherbourne left off. Williams just coming at the arriving at the wicket, been there for 4 deliveries now. It's good to see Captain Davis giving Ramlal a bit of encouragement. The man they had slip himself. And Justin Jagasa, they had sealing it off. Another batter attempting another sweep shot, Stacey-Ann.
Yeah, that one was ill-directed and actually pulled down. He just couldn't get bat on it to put it away.
Good delivery this time again, that Chinaman, as they would say. Turning away from the right-handed Beckford. So good over there, good testing over there from Ramlal. Maiden over actually. It's 147 still for the loss of 5. Agard it is to continue. Beckford is on 16 from 64 deliveries so far, so a marathon inning so far from him. Current run rate 2.67. This one again by Agard coming back into the right hander, so a bit of pressure being exerted here from the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers.
Good move from the skipper. His lead bowler is fired up. He decided to keep him on, picked up that key wicket of Wedderburn. The batter there. He's just aiming for the stumps, which is good from Agard.
This one is a huge appeal this time and he's out, yes. So that delivery just coming back with the angle there from Agard. Williams looked troubled throughout that innings. And another key breakthrough here for Trinidad and Tobago. Agard gets his second. It's 147 for the loss of 6.
Yes, he's figured out the mode of operation on this wicket. Ever since he got that key wicket of Wedderburn, all of his deliveries have been directed straight. That occasion, trapping Trevon Williams plumb in front without scoring for that matter. So he goes back without scoring Trevon Williams.
Plumb in front indeed, as we look at the replay there. Williams just planting that front foot down the wicket, then having to play around his front pad. That really just nip him back with the angle there, left arm angle around the wicket there from Agard. Well bowled, and a good decision there from umpire Banwari out of Tobago. So 2 wickets in quick succession here for Trinidad and Tobago getting back into this contest. Partnership between Wedderburn and Beckford is really getting troubling. And they've managed to dismiss Wedderburn, and then we're seeing the removal of Williams, the wicket keeper. So it appears to be Alex Hines, the new batter. Left arm spinner. We'll have some work to do later on when his turn comes with the ball. But for now, Jamaica will be hoping that he can form a partnership here with Beckford. He's been there for 64 deliveries now. I'm sure Jason Agard would have other ideas. He made up a very good spell here, Agard. This one a very good delivery again. Another appeal here from Agard. Maybe suggesting that maybe that ball hit in the boot before hitting the bat. But definitely some bat in it. Another delivery tailing into the right under there, Stacey.
Yes, I'm liking this from Agard. He's keeping it simple. He's just attacking, just bowling straight, really. And I mean, it's been the path to success for him so far. Since his comeback, picked up 2 key wickets for his team. And you know how important fast bowling points are in this tournament. So impressive showing in this spell from Jason Agard so far.
Another good delivery again. So getting a bit of movement here with this old ball Agard. The delivery is just tailing in, a bit of reverse swing maybe.
Yeah, I was wondering that myself, that one shape back into the right-handed batter. A bit of bat perhaps saved him on that occasion. I mean, Alex Hines is not known with the bat for Jamaica. I mean, in last year's tournament, he accumulated just 32 runs in 3 matches and 3 innings. His highest was of 16. So a bit of repair work needs to be done between him and Justin Beckford.
Absolutely. It's Agard. Just tail up really. Into a good groove. This one is down the leg side this time. Slightly offline. Let's wait for the signal from the umpire. It's actually leg wise. So that one just starting a bit too straight and ended up down the leg side. A single, so 148 now, Jamaica. for the loss of 6. Agard with figures of 2 for 9 into his 9th over. So good spell overall. It's just that in the last over and a half or so, Estesian, he has looked even more threatening. Punched there by Beckford. You feel that the alley at mid-on can't prevent the single. Well run in the end. So it's the end of another successful over by Agard, his second in succession. And it's 149 for the loss of 6, Jamaica.
Yeah, with the fast bowling rule, when a bowler is fired up, fast bowler, he has to really give it his all in his spell. As you know, they're only allowed to bowl 6 overs in a spell before they can come back. And Agard at this point in time is doing a tremendous job for his team, picking up those 2 wickets. And he'll probably only have 2 overs after this if his captain uses him in this spell.
He'll definitely have another over for sure, given the type of movement we've seen from him in the last over. It would definitely be the wise thing to do. So it's Beckford and Hines carrying the fight here for Jamaica. Ramlal going to end this thing as Beckford is using his feet this time. Agard there back on the long on boundary. Couple of bounces to him. So using his feet and ended up being a full toss. You'll be disappointed that he managed to get larger output from that delivery. Hines comes into strike to face up to Ramlal for the first time. This delivery is a flatter delivery from Ramlal, well played by Hines. So left arm spinner ball into a left arm spinner. Hines should be pretty confident with what is being thrown at him.
Yes, and I like this from skipper Joshua Davis. Senses the situation, realizes has an opportunity to pick up another quick wicket, so he squeezed in Alex Hines. Wanted Beckford to get out strike. Hines is not on strike. He only have 1 fielder out. Abdul Rahman Juman, square leg boundary. All of the other fielders in.
Yes, I've been impressed with Joshua Davis in this particular match. He has managed to keep a lot of fielders in his circle, himself at slip for the majority of the day. He's offering some sort of encouragement to his bowlers, especially his slow bowlers. This delivery is outside the half stump and he just watches it to be taken by Ramdo. So Jakasa, we have seen him there basically all day, short leg. Just waiting for that one opportunity to take a catch, a close-in catch. Change of angle from Ramlal, coming around the wicket this time. He's pushing that one through a bit quicker. And there was Hines just punching it out to the man there at backward point, and there's no run. So the end of another over. In Trinidad and Tobago, 57 overs completed. Total is 150 for the loss of 6. As we see Agard is going to continue from the Beckwith end.
Yes, we expected this from the skipper. His key man is fired up. Jason Agard running in hard, hitting the correct line and lengths.
Okay, so he's into his 6th over in this spell. Based on the playing conditions think he'll be off after this over. So definitely like to give it his all in this over. Maybe get another wicket, especially that of Beckford. Mentioned that he's a key middle order batter for Jamaica. Has good temperament. He's shown that so far. 18 from 66 deliveries.
Since picking up that wicket of Wedderburn, he looks a different bowler. He said to himself, why don't I just attack the pads, attack the stumps? And it's working quite wonderful for him so far.
Good delivery there. Well played by Beckford as well. So it's getting that delivery to tail into the right-hander and it's causing a lot of problems for these Jamaican batters.
I know he'll be tempted to return the spin to this way, but I think I'll bring Abdul Juman from that end that Egan is operating from. Something getting some shape back into the right batter. So I'll definitely go to a pacer from that end.
So you also have the likes of Ali as well. He's only bowled one spell for the day. Spell of 4 overs earlier. But this one again causing a bit of difficulty there for Beckford. All is well that ends well. Once again, Agard getting that delivery to just come back into the right-handers. Just looking for that bold or LBW dismissal. Which is not a bad thing on this wicket actually.
And it's good to see that he's decided to bowl some Yorkers to Beckford, pushing it right up. If you have that delivery and you're able to use it, why not bowl it? So good to see from Agard.
Two straight on that occasion. Beckford will also feel that he missed out. It was full on the line of the leg stump. Missed it completely. So, seen a bit of zest in terms of the Trinidad and fielders. But 45 minutes ago, we were saying they were looking a bit flat. Well, they seem to be in greater spirits thanks to those 2 wickets from Agard. Delivery on the line of the Midland leg stump. Missing it completely again, Beckford. So definitely troubled by these deliveries coming back into him. We just need to just get through this over. As we mentioned, this is the final over of this spell from Agard. So we need to get through this over and see the other bowling options that will be employed. Well played from Beckford. So the end of a brilliant over, a brilliant spell actually from Jason Agard. He has figures of 10 overs, 2 for 9. Jamaica, after winning the toss this morning and batting first, they are now 150 for the loss of 6.
Yes, a maiden over to finish his spell, Jason Agard. So I believe that should be the end of his spell for him. Fast bowler only allows for the bowler to go 6 on the trot. So Nick Ramlal will continue. He had a change of angle. The last delivery of his over before was quicker, on a bit short of a length, so he decided to go back over the wicket to Alex Hines.
I think it's a better option to be bowling over the wicket. He's actually found his groove so far in this spell. We're not seeing not as much bad deliveries being presented as we saw at times in last year's tournament. So definitely has improved as it relates to that. As Hines is swinging at this one, should be caught. Well caught by Jason Agard. He can't do no wrong at this point in time. So flighted delivery. There was Hines looking to hit that one in the region of long on, taking the top edge, and a well-judged catch there from Jason Agard. And Jamaica, they lose their 7th wicket. It's 150 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, and dare I say, another batter looking to play a cross-batted shot, going across the line of that delivery. and he holds out to Jason Agard, who takes a well-judged catch in the end. It looks as if it was going away from him, and he positioned himself quite well and balanced himself well also to take a catch just over his head. So Trinidad and Tobago, definitely on top at this point in time. 7 wicket going down, and Justin Beckford, he looms as key if they are to get up to anywhere close to 200 at this point in time.
Yes, another disappointing dismissal there from a Jamaican's perspective. There was Hines just coming to the wicket, relatively new at the crease, really. You need to play that type of shot. You had Beckford at the other end. He's been there for a while. It was just a matter of actually forging some sort of a partnership between these two. Thankfully for the Trinidadians, that flighty delivery encouraged Alex Hines to go over the top, and there was Agard taking quite a relatively comfortable catch in the end. He made it look easy, actually. He's always going away from him. As we see the new batter, Rian Edwards, the left arm seamer, coming in to bat a bit earlier than he had anticipated. At one point in time, the Jamaicans going so well with that partnership, Weatherbourne and Beckford.
He's probably hoping bowling is all he'll be needed for. Unfortunately, he finds himself in the middle with Justin Beckford, who needs a partner to stay with him to rebuild things for the Jamaican team.
Yes, well bowled there by Nick Ramlall. Been really impressed with him in this spell, as you mentioned. Just bowling at the right pace. At times a bit too wide, but overall I think it's been a very good spell from him, and a much deserved wicket, a well deserved wicket from him there on that occasion. As we see him again, just drawing the batter there, Edward, outside the off stump, turning away from him.
He seems to be the type of bowler that batters believe they can take on, and oftentimes picks up the wicket. That's probably why.
Looking at him, most of his deliveries, Stacey, and we're seeing they're actually turning away from the right-handed batter. So it really makes that option taken by Alex Hines even more disappointing, because the delivery turning away from you and you're trying to play that cross-batted shot. Better bet would have been to go over cover if it is that you are trying to take the aerial option.
Yeah, go even go over mid-off instead of over mid-on. It's always playing against the spin on that occasion. As the over comes to an end, the score remains on 150, 7 wickets down.
There's another maiden over there from Ramlal, a wicket maiden actually. So definitely a good spell here in terms of a bowling partnership between these two, as I think they're actually going to break for tea. So some key breakthroughs there for Trinidad and Tobago team on the cusp of tea, the tea interval. So after winning the toss this morning, Jamaica, they're 150 for the loss of 7. So what we'll do now, we'll take a break and we'll have live action for you in about 20 minutes time. Australian woman. England.
Annisville Cricket Ground. Action continues. Trinidad versus Guyana. Agard is continuing to bowl to Justin Beckford at first delivery. Just falling short of the field at mid-on. Welcome back, Kenroy.
Good afternoon, Stacey, and good afternoon to the viewers. Welcome back to Annisville playing field with this battle between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. Jamaica 150 for 7. Seems as though Bedford came up with some intentions after tea. Tea was probably good, so he's pretty much excited to get things going. But 59 overs completed for the day thus far.
Yes, well, Beckford is running out of partners. He'll have to do the bulk of the scoring. He's now partnered by Ryan Edwards. So we might see some more intent from him after that tea break. So after that, after lunch, they scored 65 runs, Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago, they picked up 4 wickets. So a session that really went to Trinidad, picking up those 4 crucial wickets after lunch.
Well, as we mentioned before, every time Jamaica seems to get their nose ahead, Trinidad tends to pull them back. And that has been happening for the entire game thus far. Just sneaking another run there. Not being backed up properly, but they will not be punished for that.
Yes, and it's something to note, really, since that 50-over tournament, when there's a wicket lost, they seem to lose another one quickly after that one. Yes. So that's something that all of the teams really will need to take a look into for the rest of this tournament, not losing wickets in clusters.
Well, can they avoid that? How do they avoid that? That's the question we ask. And I think is that eliminate the risk. One is on the pads. So there's a slip. 2 slips in place, really. One at first, one at fourth. Backward point, short, extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, undefined leg. This one is short, outside the off, some punched. That brings over number 1 to an end after tea. It's 151 for 7, Jamaica. I think, looking at the tournament so far, 150 plus runs would give Trinidad and Tobago some challenge to get. What do you think about that?
Well, it depends on the approach of the Trinidad batters when they get a chance to bat. Trinidad and Tobago contingent will be hoping that they have a better showing with the bat in the tournament. They haven't done so in the 50 overs so far. And I mentioned earlier last year, they didn't do well with the bat either. So it's an area they'll definitely need to work on. It'll have to be seen how they approach things when they get a chance to bat.
Well, Jamaica could get another 49 runs and get to 200. They have 3 wickets in hand. Bedford is there with the lower order. And he looks as if he has some intentions to take it to the bowlers. Just saying that, and the bowler, he ran down the track. And the forced delivery from the left arm spinner, slow, beating him, and the keeper whips off the bails. Wicket number 8 goes. Jamaica 151 for 8. He's gone out stumped.
Yeah, that is an advice shot against Nick Ramlal in particular. I mean, we've seen the amount of turn he's been getting away from the right-handed batter. So if you come down the track to him, you have to be mindful of how you do that. On that occasion, Beckford coming straight down to him, got that one to turn away, and an easy stumping by Kyle Ramdu behind the sticks. So Justin Beckford goes. We just spoke about how key he'll be to getting them close to or even to 200 here today.
Well, he came out looking aggressive after tee, looking to get on with things. And the first delivery from the spinner, the left-arm spinner, he ran down the track, missing it completely, was well disguised as well. Slower delivery, pitch turn, and he was left stranded. And the wicketkeeper had easy work to do, just pulling those bails off. And wicket number 8 went at 151 for 8. And that brings the number 20 to the crease. Nashin Mead comes to the crease to replace him. Bedford. Trinidad and Tobago take another wicket. And
I'm not sure what Beckford's instructions were after tea. I mean, yes, it was clear. His intentions were clear. You saw he was hunting up quick runs, but I still think in that approach you always have to be wary of the deliveries that you try to score. You take your aggressive shot options on. And on that occasion, I don't believe that was advice from Beckford, just running down the wicket to Ramlal, who's been bowling quite well for Trinidad and Tobago.
this one is outside the off stump, beating him into the keeper's glove. Good start to this last session of the day between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. Trinidad getting the better of Jamaica thus far. Bedford should have really get himself back in, play a couple of deliveries, and then this one is a sweep shot, a full delivery down the leg side, not out, says the umpire. This left arm spinner seems to be just a little bit different to the others that we have seen in the tournament. He's bowling a lot more slower, giving the ball a lot more air, and giving it more time. I think he's creating a lot more difficulties for the batsman to play.
Yes, and that's something we noticed on this wicket. And these surfaces, the slower you bowl, the more purchase you seem to get as a spinner.
That's another single from a full delivery. Goes up to 152. Jamaica won the toss this morning and electing to bat. I think they are very much disappointed with their efforts. None of the batters getting at least a half century. This one is slow and he just gets into this wicket and just turn it to the man at short leg who does the fielding and return the ball to the bowler who flicks it from hand to hand. It's got no wicket. This one is a flat, quicker delivery. That brings you over to an end. 152 for 8. Jamaica here in day number 1, on day number 1 of 3 days scheduled for this game against Trinidad and Tobago. We have a little grey clouds over our heads, a little bit overcast. There are 2 other games that have been played today as well. And at Sign Hill. So, left arm seamer from Trinidad continues the guard outside the off stump. He's bowled. Hitting that off stump, he missed everything except the stumps.
Agard has been exceptional in his spell so far this evening. What I like about him is he realized where he needs to be bowling and he's basically kept all of the deliveries there. So that's really impressive from the young man. He's showing that he's learned his game from earlier on, from his first spell, and it's transcended that from the first spell to this second bowling spell, and is doing an exceptional job for his team, just bowling straight at the stumps.
Well, I'm seeing that. Well, there are some points to get that final wicket. It seems as though Jamaica has closed their innings. The Trinidadians are walking off the playing field at 152. 152 for 9, really. They started this morning. I'm not too sure what is happening. Yeah, there's an extra point to get. Once you get those 10 wickets, I think you get full 3 points. So probably avoiding that. Strange strategies, you know. Runs on the board is runs on the board, getting the amount. Just to let you know that Jamaica won the toss this morning and elected to bat. They are now 152 for 9. They have closed their innings at 152 for 9. They batted 61 overs. As the umpires leave the field, there would be at least a 10 minutes break. So we will take a break here, and as things unfold, we would let you know what is happening. As we continue coverage here, we will take a break and return to Annisville for the beginning of the Trinidad and Tobago's innings.
Yes, welcome back here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. A beautiful day for cricket in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Trinidad and Tobago team versus the Jamaica team. Jamaica won the toss this morning. For those of you now tuning in, they decided to have a bat. They declared on 152 for 9. Adrian Ware, he made 27 off 67. Marlon Powell, 12 from 48 deliveries. Jordan Johnson, he made 24 from 20 deliveries. Stephen Wedderburn, top scored with 46 from 95. Brian Barnes, made 17 of 34. Justin Beckford made 19 of 77. Trevon Williams was dismissed without scoring off 6 deliveries. And Nishan Mead, the last batter dismissed, he made 1 of 4 deliveries. And the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, Jason Agard, an impressive spell from him. 11 overs, 5 maidens. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 10 runs and 3 wickets. Abdul Rahman Juman, he had 8 overs, no maidens, 21 runs, no wickets. Andrew Rambaran, who started the wicket taking for Trinidad and Tobago, he had 14 overs, 4 maidens, 29 runs and 3 wickets. Fariz Ali, 4 overs, no maidens, 13 runs, no wickets. Prashant Singh, 5 overs, no maidens, 29 runs, no wickets. Joshua Davis, 11 overs, no maidens, 34 runs, no wickets. And Nick Ramlal, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 10 runs and 2 wickets. So things are about to start here for Trinidad and Tobago team. Rian Edwards, as we've grown accustomed to, is opening the bowling for Jamaica. And the batters are Justin Jagisa, and Nick Ramlal. So good afternoon to you, Ken Roy.
Afternoon to you again, Stacey. And we are here, day number 1, with the first innings of the Jamaican team has come to an end at 152 for 9 declared. They would now be bowling to Trinidad and Tobago, looking for that 152. Edwards would start proceedings. Solidly behind that, first delivery. Edwards, left arm seamer.
Yes, and
normally nicks it back, brings it back, rather than going away from the right-hand batters.
Yes, and some of you might be wondering what sort of Ben Stokes-like declaration is that. But I think for the Jamaican team, it was a case of not giving bowling points to Trinidad and Tobago for bowling them out.
Or they're probably saying that we could bowl Trinidad out for below that total. This one is lifting uncomfortably, but well played in the end. Jagisa.
Yes, all notional at this point in time. We're not too sure if that's what they were thinking. If they were saying, hey, we don't want to give them bowling points, or if they're saying, you know what, let's have this session and bowl them out this afternoon before we head into day 2.
Well, they have 2 sessions really to do that. It's not impossible. Edwards have the new ball in his hand, has bowled 2 deliveries so far. Jagisa is there, short lifting delivery. It's falling short of the keeper. So there's not much pace in this strip. We have not seen that from the other strips which were prepared. As the umpire signal 1 over the shoulder.
Yes, and the Jamaican seamers, they will want to almost mirror what Trinidad and Tobago seamers did. We only saw 1 short pitch delivery being bowled to them, to the Jamaican batters.
Down the leg side, neat work done by the wicket keeper there, pulling that one down.
Yes, Trinidad and Tobago seamers in particular, Jason Agard in his last spell was just looking to attack the stumps. And that was a successful plan and it paid off for Trinidad and Tobago in the end.
That came after our first spell. Came back in the later half when the spinners did their work. He came back and cleaned things up. That's his job. But tournament continues to be dominated by spinners. This one is at the body, played by Jagisa. That brings over number 1 to an end. Yet to score a run. Trinidad and Tobago in reply to 152. They had none for none. Just some grey clouds hovering over us, but the sun is out, still out. Pretty good conditions for play. I think Edwards would like these conditions to be bowling in as well. Cool and nice, breeze blowing across. So Jagisa and Ramlal, they are doing the business for Trinidad and Tobago. Edwards have bowled the first over.
So Nashane Mead is the new bowler from the Beckway end.
Edwards' bowling partner is Need. He'll be bowling from the Beckway end that we can't really see Beckway right now. It's covered in white. Seems to be having some rain on that side. Over on that side. There's 2 slips, a gully, a backward point. Mid off, mid on. Man at short leg and a deep square leg. And a man at fine leg. This one is tucked off his body nicely. For a single of this innings. Mal, first run for this innings, 1 without loss.
Yes, and for Trinidad and Tobago, it's really going to be a test of their batting acumen as a unit. And we mentioned they didn't have a good showing with the bat in the 50 overs tournament. And in that tournament last year, the 3-day format, it was really tough going for them with the bat. Nick Ramlal was one of the players that was the second highest run scorer for Trinidad and Tobago. But when you look down that list of batters in the top 10 last year, no one from Trinidad and Tobago featured in that. In fact, the best batter was Andrew Rambaran, and he rung out as number 17 on the list in terms of highest run scoring. So you really see that it was a struggle for them last year with the bat.
Jamaica had a good one in the tournament. Their batters featured at the top. As that one is down the leg side, he seems to not be finding his radar as he would like. That is need to get that ball just on the fourth stump on the off stump. He has 2 slips, a gully, a backward point to work with, a man at cover point as well. So he needs to get that delivery just a little bit outside the off stump too.
Yeah, both deliveries so far 2 straight. One was walked off the pads, the other one on its way to the keeper. So just need to tighten up his lines here, Mead.
See the fine leg being brought in just there. This one falling short of the man at short leg. Bowling into his body. Fine leg has now been brought to leg slip. So it seems as though they have intentions of bowling into the body.
There's a sort of body line feel employed here. You have that fielder at short leg. More like a short square, very short square. It's not that close to the batter. You have a leg slip in place as well. And someone waiting on the pull. It's not too far out, just in Beckford.
Slips in waiting, need. This one is on top of it and putting it to backward point, picks up 1. He's calling for a second, does get it. Fielder slipping on the out portion of the field there, and 2 runs completed. So Trinidad and Tobago after 2 overs there, 3 without loss, looking for that total of 152. That was posted by Jamaica.
But I'll say in contrast to last year, we only had the 3-day format being played. This occasion we had the 50-over format. So it is with hope for the Trinidadians that they've learned something from that 50-over and they're willing to take those learnings into the 3-day format, try and battle longer and assess conditions better.
Well, all teams had more cricket to play. So they had more time in the middle. The rain haven't really interrupted us that badly. It's the season, we expected that. But they are playing more cricket, but the thing is that the performances need to be on par as well. You're not really getting that from the batters and the teams on a whole. This one is left outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. Edwards continued to bowl for Jamaica. 3 without loss over number 3. Just reminding those that Jamaica declared at 152 for 9. Not giving away that extra bowling point to Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago already amassed 2 points from this game. Jamaica got 1 at sure, you got to get 150, 200, 250, 300 to get full batting points. So that's how things are set up. The deep backward square, short leg, a man at mid-on, fine leg, 2 slips, backward point, a gully, square cover, and a short mid-off. Edwards is operating for Jamaica, left arm seamer. He's been doing that for the Windies. Also now for the 3-day tournament. This is a full delivery. Chakisa is behind that. Amlal, small of the two. Chakisa is a stouter fella. Short, both of them are small individuals really. Wide at the shoulder. This one is torn nicely. Mid wicket, they are gone for 1. Back for 2. Good running between these two. 2 more runs to Ramal, to Trinidad and Tobago. They are now 5 without loss. What could really make the difference in this game, Stacey, is if these batsmen from Trinidad and Tobago apply themselves, really bat through the innings this evening. There's about an hour and a half remaining. They could get through this evening without losing much wickets. Have a really good game as when it's turned again into the mid-wicket era. Edwards just bowling too close to the batter. 2 more runs to him. Ramal.
Yeah, both opening bowlers so far looks as if they're trying to get that square leg in play. And one was hit a bit aerially, just past the man at square leg. Just bowling into the body of the Trinidadian batters.
Really should be using that foot stump. Really, you have 2 slips waiting, a gully, square cover, short extra cover, but there are 4 men on the arm side as well. A deep square leg now, mid wicket, the short leg has been pushed out to mid wicket and the mid on. He's behind that comfortably, pushes it up to the man who does the fielding. That brings you over to an end. 7 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica has been a team that is informed. They have played some good cricket coming into this tournament, so they should be full of confidence winning that 50 overs tournament. Winward's coming in second. They The others bringing up the rear. As in Guyana, Barbados, Trinidad. So Need outside the off stump to the keeper's glove. Who you think that would make the impact for the Jamaicans here in this innings? Who you think that would make the impact in this innings for the Jamaicans? Who put up their hands, get some wickets for Jamaica?
Yeah, I'm not putting it past Ryan Edwards. What I've seen of him from last year's tournament, I wasn't able to see him play. I didn't commentate on any game in the 50 over format that Jamaica played in, but what I know of him from last year is he's a bowler that really... He's a bowler that builds up his rhythm, and the longer he bowls, he seems to get better and better. So I think he's one of the players that will make a great impact for them. There's also Alex Hines, the left-arm spinner, did well in the 50 over format. So Ryan Edwards has a pacer for now. He's in operation with Mead, and also Alex Hines later on with the ball in hand.
Well, Mead continues. This was a lifting delivery outside the off stump.
Of course, it's all notional. My suggestions are who I think might make an impact. Of course, everybody else will have their own thoughts. So what are your thoughts, Kenroy?
I think Edwards normally has a better second spell. I think he bowls in the ball well. He gets a wicket or two. But I think he bowls a better second spell when he's brought back into the innings. Who would make that impact for Jamaica? I would not be able to say that now. The spinners have done well. I think there's a leg spinner in the Jamaican team, if I could remember clearly. So he may have a say in this game as well. It's a slow wicket. It's a spinner's wicket, really. And the spinners did the job for Trinidad. So the Jamaicans may be dependent on spinners as well to do it for them. Mead. This one is outside the arm some. Seems to see a bit of dust coming out of the pitch from that ball. So just to give you a update as to the other games which were played today. Leeward Islands versus the Windward Islands. Leeward's 114 all out. Windward's are 8 without loss. Barbados versus Guyana. Barbados 194 for 4.
Really like that over from Mead. Just kept pitching it on one line, one length, and then that last delivery tailed back a bit. Late movement into the keeper's glove. So a better over from him. First one was a bit too straight. So I think that's more where he needs to be operating, and then if he can get that straighter, fuller delivery, nipping back at the right-hander's pads. I think that's where he'll be looking to pick up his wickets.
Seems as Barbados are finding their feet. Little bit late, but they started the 3-day tournament. They're 194 for 4. They had some reasonably good scores in the one-day tournament as well. But the Leewards have been bowled out by Windwards for 114. Also, Jamaica declaring here at 152 for 9. As Edwards continued to work here for Jamaica in his third over. This one is outside the off stump, bouncing once, twice before it goes to the keeper. But you were mentioning the over from Need. That was a much better over by him. Just hitting the foot stump. Had some assistance from the wicket, bouncing a little awkwardly. And that was a much better over ball by him.
Yeah, we keep talking about patience in this game. And it's not just for the batters, it's for the bowlers as well. So good to see the young man having enough patience just to attack one line and lengthen that over.
That's a better length and line there by Edwards, just on the off stump. Ramlal. It seems to be a bit drier than the others that we have seen played upon here at Hannesville. Slow as well, slower than the other wickets as well. Different strip. Once this one is into his pads, bowling a little bit too close to Ramlal legs every time he bowls there. It's an easy single and offer.
Yeah, not too much dissimilarity in the two left-arm pacers. When Agard operated from this end for Trinidad and Tobago, he couldn't quite get his line and length to the batters, and we see something similar here from Ryan Edwards from this end as well. But Agard was switched to the other end in the later spell. He was bang on target.
The breeze is blowing from the east to west. That's outside the off stump, going further away. Heavy wind, so how much of a factor that is, I'm not too sure. So short delivery, white thing on by the umpire on the leg side.
Yeah, it was definitely too wide on that occasion. Yeah, but all these little components of the game you have to pay attention to as a fielding side. You know, wind factor, different angles as well. You could easily have said, look at Agard. When he operated, he picked up all 3 wickets from the Beckwith end. So, they could have said to their left arm pacer, let's try you from this end first to see if you will have that same effect. Albeit, it was with the older ball, Agard picked up his 3 wickets with, and this is the newer ball. Having said that, Ryan Edwards probably picked this end and prefers to come in from this end as well.
Well, good observation there, Stacey. Sometimes you have to learn from your opposition and implement things that they have. But you would always have a game plan as a team. So Edwards probably like bowling from this end. But as you said, to gain success at times, you don't always have to be comfortable. And you won't always be comfortable. So that brings over number 5 to an end. There's 9 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago, in reply to Jamaica's 152, yeah, 9 without loss.
Yeah, that's his third over from this end. And don't get me wrong, some of the viewers are not saying that he can't be effective from this end. I'm just saying, looking at how things went for Trinidad and Tobago's left arm seamer when he switched ends, just might be something for them to think about.
I agree with you there as well, Stacey. Yeah. If it worked for them, it could work for me as well. These two have done a pretty reasonably good job so far for Trinidad, batting these two opening bowlers. That is Jagisa and Ramlal. Ramlal will be on strike. He'll be facing up to Need, who has bowled one of his better overs so far. He's probably hoping to continue that seam line and length attacking just the off stump where there are 2 slips, a gully, and backward points. I'm not too sure if he would change trajectory. There's a man short on the leg stump, and he's behind that, Ramlal, the number 17 on his back, solidly behind that. That's a big chop though, not a big lad.
Pitch straighter to Ramlal, bowled all his deliveries in that over before in his second over to Jagisa. bowling to a different position in Ramlal. So Ramlal in last year's tournament notched up 130 runs. His highest of 47. No batter for Trinidad and Tobago get to 50 or beyond last year. So that's another area they'll be looking to improve on in this tournament.
That tells you the story of the Trinidad and Tobago 19 team. The past tournaments, they have struggled with the bat. They need their batsmen to come to the fore and really propel them to that 152. These two have started solidly. They look good. The trend in the tournament is that once there's a fall of a wicket, there's this cluster of wicket that follows. It's 9 without loss. Early days yet for Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica had their turn at the crease. This one is playing back to the bowler. Fair does the feeling. Need number 20 on his back. Jamaican team rather quiet in the outfield. Will be subdued because of their performances.
I think they expected a greater showing with the bat, having won the toss and elected to bat first.
Outside the off stump, keeping trifle low, taken at the ankle height there by the wicket keeper. Just to note, this is a new ball, a new hard 5.5 ounces red ball. This one is driven out to covers, picks up another single. So some smart batting by these two, not taking any unnecessary risks, just hitting the ball in front of them, not looking to go over the top, not looking to do anything extraordinary, just batting simple and keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, absolutely no need to take any risk. It's just 152. They have to surpass and then look to build on that. So it's imperative that the opening pair gives them a good start. We saw in the 50 over format, they had a really good start against Guyana, if I can recall, and that propelled them to win the game in the end. So a good start is important to Trinidad and Tobago's cause here. So far, these two batting nicely, looks untroubled really.
It's always important to set a good foundation for others to follow. And this is what these two are doing. As that one is pushed to the offside, solid by Ramlal. Seems to like the ball coming on to the bat. Looks rather comfortable batting the pieces. Left outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. Head without loss. This is over number 7. One is on 2 and one is on 7. So what is important here as well is that these fast bowlers are not giving away any extra runs. They're not bowling no balls. They have bowled 1 wide so far. So they have been very much disciplined. And they have been bowling the ball on the stumps. Not too far outside the off stump. They are actually bowling the deliveries wicket to wicket.
Yes, and I prefer that from Edwards. occasionally because he's a left-hand pacer. He might just straight on the leg side when he tried to get it too straight. But so far in this over, he's been spot on with his line and length, not too wide and not too straight either. He's getting into a groove.
Outside the off stump into the keeper's glove again. Just probing on that off stump length. Just outside there. Not but carry to the wicket keeper. There are two slips awaiting. That outside edge, a gully. Square cover. Short mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Square leg and a fine leg. Nice cool conditions here at Arnisville. Edwards show liking these conditions. It's a straighter delivery. He's well behind of that. He seems to be liking the ball coming onto the bat this year.
Yeah, and it's been a story of the tournament so far, really. A lot of these batters for the pace, and then with the introduction of spin, seems to be like they're batting on a totally different surface. So far, he's handling the pace of Ryan Edwards well so far.
We have seen in the 50 overs tournament where they started with spin. Several of the team, this one is a full delivery. Just nudged up to cover. Picks up another single, Ramlal. That brings you over to an end.
The way Ramlal played that shot, it tells me his mindset.
Yeah.
To survive and bat long. Can't blame him really. Didn't really see him with the bat in hand for Trinidad and Tobago team in the 50 over format. So it might well be that he is the 3-day format specialist. The man at the top, Nick Ramlal. So
Well, he would like to bat through the entire session that is left here. Probably his plan. He looks solid. He has not taken any undue risk. He's played solidly in front of him. He has not played the horizontal shots either. He's played mid-on, mid-off, covers those areas. His need. This one is just behind that, tucked it off. Good run, good response from his partner, Jackie Sarr. The time he played that ball, both of them communicated well and completed that run.
Yeah, he's playing within himself, Nick Ramlal. He's not trying to do anything extraordinary or manufacture a shot anywhere. He's just trying his best just to play the situation, get himself in. I must commend his efforts so far. Jackie Sarr. His first delivery he's going to face in a while. I think in 2 overs. Ramlal on most of the strike before.
This one is hitting the outer edge, falling short of the slips, and that tells you the pace of the wicket.
Yeah,
Good delivery there by Need.
Yeah, the slip fielders might have to come in a step or two because of the lack of pace and carry on the surface. Edge found there by Mead, but didn't go to hand to that man in the slip, Jordan Johnson.
Mead again hitting the outer portion of the bat, but trying to effect a run out, hitting the stumps and ricocheting, and they have taken an extra run. That run, well, take that run that came from the ricochet from the stumps.
Tell you what, it went down as an overthrow, but it was excellent awareness from Jordan Johnson, realizing the batter was out of his crease and shied at the stump. I believe if we had a replay, it may have been closer than you think, but may have been in the air. Good awareness from Jordan Johnson there.
He's on top of that one, just turning it to the man at short leg, who does the feeling. pace bowlers bowling into the body. Last two deliveries was outside the off stump to Jackie Sa. He edged them to first and second slip. This one is pitched up and squeezed out. Man at mid-off comes around, fields. Another run taken there by both of them. Seems to have good communication between them. They're running smartly as well. As play continues here.
Alex Hines at point doing a bit of warm-up. It's a left arm spinner.
Short delivery. Not high enough. Goes outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. 14 without loss. 14 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago looking for that target of 152 here at Annisville Greenfield. This is the West Indies under 19 tournament, Rising Stars. The number one in of three. This is the 3-day tournament. The 1-day tournament has been completed. Here, company Stacey and Adams.
Yeah, so Rian Edwards is going to continue. I wonder if he might think about a change of angle to these two right-handers. Maybe try to come around the wicket. He's been operating over the wicket. Both of them so far. It's a change of angle to see what sort of success that might bring. Also 1 or 2 deliveries.
Continues over the wicket. This one is hitting outside and he's playing it down to backward point. Probably got a finger onto that. Yeah, back for 2. No more to get. 2 more runs to Ramlal. Force actually signs of a aggressive shot.
Yeah, the umpire just letting the batters know they were running in that danger area.
Solidly behind that one. 16 without loss. As you mentioned before, change of angle could do the trick for Edwards here. If you're bowling over the wicket, you could try a ball or 2 from around the wicket and see what happens. Wicket is not giving him that assistance.
Yeah, so far over the wicket angle, Nick Ramlal is reading his line and lengths quite well. He was able to drive that delivery because he realized that that one wasn't going to get up and the width was offered.
So it's driven straight to the man at point. So Ramlal seems to be getting into his strides. Mid-off, short mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg. On his left outside the off stump, into the keeper's glove and a fine leg.
It seems as if he's really evaluated conditions well and he's read the surface well also. Earlier in his innings, he was leaving alone some of those deliveries. Now he's gotten the gauge of the pitch really. You see him now driving at deliveries that he's confident he can drive at without producing an edge. So smart cricket so far from Nick Ramlal.
Solidly behind of that. Pushed it out to the man at. Man comes from mid-off and fields. Slow but positive start here by Trinidad and Tobago. 16 without loss. As we mentioned that they didn't have good time with the bat in the one-day tournament and the tournaments before. Struggled to put runs on the board. So these two been given the responsibility to set that platform for the others to come. This one is outside the off stump, beating his Ramlal into the gloves. One of the better deliveries bowled here by Edwards so far in the spell. Over number 9 has come to an end. It's a good delivery from Edwards, beating Ramlal into the keeper's glove. Score is now 16 without loss, looking for that total of 152. Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica been bowled out for 152. Well, declared at 152 for 9 in their first innings. One is lifting outside the off. Some played nicely too. The man at backward point who does the feeling. So Ramlal is on 12 and Jagisar's partner is on 3. He has gotten the less of the strike. Jagisar. Outside the off stump left. Don't have much to do with that one. To the keeper's glove. So Need just finding his line and length outside the off stump. Better line and length. Things are pretty much quiet here at Arnisville. Battle continues here between these two teams. This one is on the body. It's a single and offer. Mid wicket takes it. He moves up to 4. Score goes on to 17. Without loss, Trinidad and Tobago. Done a very good job this morning bowling at Jamaicans who won the toss and elected to bat, lifting delivery outside the off, some falling short of the wicketkeeper again.
Mead is willing to hit the middle of the wicket, bowl some short stuff. It's the difference between him and Edwards so far. Edwards is just looking to pitch it up, maybe looking for swing. And Mead so far occasionally just looks for that sharp pitch delivery.
Good delivery outside the off stump. So he has really found his line and length. I like that length outside the off stump. There's 2 slips, a gully, a backward point waiting. But Ramlal is equal to the task. Been tempted to do anything out of the ordinary, just shoulder arms and it goes into the keeper's glove.
That delivery is fine, just drawing the batter forward in front of his off stump. He's been looking for that one to nip back. Similar to that. However, on every occasion that he's tried to, it's just been too straight or straying in line down the leg side. He just needs to work on getting the angle of that delivery so he can have it attacking the pads of the right-handed batter.
Well, there will be a change in bowling from this the commentator's end. So the spinner is going to be brought into the attack.
Yeah, no surprises there really. As Alex Hines, I mentioned, he was there doing some stretches at point. So they decided to go with him, a left arm spinner. last year's tournament. 7 wickets, an economy just below 3. So left arm spinner Andrew Rambaran operating from this end, picking up 3 wickets for the Jamaican team. Something different for these two openers to contend with. Seen off pace quite well, 10 overs of pace, but untroubled really. Now they have position in the left arm spin of Alex Hines. Let's see how they go against spin.
And there's a slip. As outside the off stump, he's punching it. Excellent feeling by the man. Short extra cover. Diving to his left, pulling that one down. Backward point. 2 men in that cover. Mid off.
A bit too short to start with Alex Hines. Skipper Brian Barnes has decided he's going to pack that offside field. So he's removed Adrian Ware, who was at short mid wicket. Added him as an extra cover. Short extra cover fielder there.
One is a good delivery outside the off stump. Asking questions. Ramlal. Good judgment in the end.
Janice, he was in 2 minds there, wasn't sure whether to play or leave.
This one's a fuller delivery. He just squeezes it out to the man at mid off. There's a man that is right on the square. There's a square cover. This one is a delivery. He gets behind of it and just push it back to the bowler. Does the feeling. Hines. This one is a flighty delivery this time. Outside the off stump. Only finds a cover in the way. Good start here by Hines. Keeping things tight. Quiet start for Trinidad and Tobago. No excitement. Short and he punches confidently to the man. Cover. That brings the first spinning over to an end. 17 without loss. 10 overs have been completed. A quiet start for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, it might be small in the context of the game, but I must say a good piece of captaincy from Brian Barnes, bringing that extra fielder, just saying to his bowler, if you're going to bowl a loose delivery, it has to be on the offside, which is typical of his left arm spin. It's moving away from the right-hander. So more than likely, unless it's pitched as a full delivery, that short of a length delivery that the batter will look to play into the offside, he has that covered. So good piece of captaincy there from Brian Barnes, just packing that offside field to his left arm spinner Alex Hines.
Well, and Hines responded well as well. He bowled to that line just on the off stump. There's a stifled appeal really. Leg by, signal by the umpire.
That fielder mid-on went down on his knees. It to be Stephen Weatherbourne. Went down in his knees in appeal. He was the only one really that had some stifled appeal around the bat, but he thought that was gone for all money.
Oh, that's one is outside your stump as Jackie Sar just fished at that one outside the off stump. Rare mistake, really. You haven't seen much of that.
That's exactly what I was about to say, Ken Roy. And this is what can happen as a bowler. If you just continue to bowl one line and length, and the batter eventually is going to think, maybe I should have a go at that one. And that is exactly what happened with Justin Jagisar there. Luckily for him, he didn't edge it through to the keeper.
one is lifting outside the off stump. So Need really finding his line and length. Bowling much better than he did in the first 2 overs. He has hit that spot outside the off stump and continues to do so.
Yes, and he's getting more bonks compared to all of the seamers we've seen on show here so far today. Not really sure he's actually putting in the effort to get it to bounce that high, but he's definitely getting bonks on occasion.
This one is outside the off stump. The slips get excited. Man at Gully said bowl. Thought that they had their man there.
Yeah, 4 balls or so gone in the over, and he's attacked that 4th, 5th stump line. I know that delivery coming back in is going to come at some point in time, but can he execute it?
One squeezed out, couldn't trouble, but he doesn't feel cleanly. If he had picked that up, I think that those batters would have been in some trouble if he had hauled that ball to one of those ends.
Juggled it a bit there, Weatherburn. Bit of awkward bonks to him. Wasn't able to collect cleanly, but Need just went for that delivery, shaping back into the right-hander, but still the execution was off, allowing the batter to get bat on it and pick up a single. A bit too straight from him that time.
It's outside the off stump. Left alone, Ramlal. That brings you over to an end. Very good over, bowled by Need. And as the players are getting some refreshments here, it's 19 without loss. Trinidad in reply to Jamaica's 132. We will take a break here and we'll be right back with the action at Arnoldville playing field. welcome back to Arnesville Playing Field, where we are bringing you live coverage of this game between Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, as Hines continues to bowl left arm spin around the wicket. Coming into the commentator's booth is Osnet Cato. Welcome, Osnet.
Good afternoon to you, Kenroy, and all our viewers around the Caribbean.
Stacey Ann has finished her spell. She has bowled a new ball well, tightly as well, but didn't pick up a wicket. Osnet is here. He has replaced her as Trinidad and Tobago, and as the sweep shot is being implemented here. First one. 4 signs of aggression here from these batters in this innings.
Yes, a steady start so far from the Trinidad and Tobago openers, Jagasa and Ramlal. Both batters just being watchful, being selective in their approach. I think it's a key moment of the game here in terms of the spinners. When the spinners are introduced, you're always bound to find some sort of action in these games. Alex Hines, he did well in the 50-over tournament as well. So he'll be looking to give his team a breakthrough. Appealing this time, that one seemed to be heading down the leg side. Batters coming through for a leg, actually a dead ball. Signaled by umpire. The umpire on that occasion. So Jagasa, he's on 5 from 39 deliveries, and Ramlal 12 from 36. So Jagasa is normally the more aggressive of the batters. Surprisingly, he seemed to have opted to just be selective and watchful. And I think Trinidadian supporters will be happy with that. Too often we have seen him really gift his wicket away to the opposition. So it's a better approach, I think, especially on this type of wicket.
Well, they have made it to the first hour of play, Trinidad. These 2 batters, they have batted sensibly so far. So I'm thinking here that the next target is getting to that close of play without losing a wicket. That one is punched to the man at short extra cover. As he overcomes to an end, Hines has done a good job so far since he has been introduced.
Well, Hines, we saw quite a bit of him last year as well in the 3-day tournament. He's a tight bowler. He doesn't give a lot away. And in conditions like this, he's able to get the ball to turn as well. And he bowls at a reasonable pace. So I think that he's actually troubled the batters because of the pace at which he bowls. What we have seen throughout the day is slow turn. The batters have been able to adjust accordingly whenever the ball turns. But I think with Hines bowling that quicker pace, he's likely to trouble the batter a bit more.
Trinidad and Tobago, 21 without loss. Ramlal is on 13. His partner Jagisa is on 5. They have faced 13 overs thus far.
So the greatest of scoring rates, actually hovering below 2 runs per over. As we see Mead continuing from the Beckwith end.
He has bowled a pretty good line in the last 3-4 overs, testing outside the off stump.
What we've seen is that there's not a lot of help on this wicket for the fast bowlers. You really have to bend your back, and Mead seemed to be prepared to do that. Ramlal, as usual, sturdy, hard to remove. Well, I've been very impressed with him in this innings, though, in terms of his rotation of strike. He has actually walked the ball nicely into gaps. You know, sometimes last year you look at him bat and you're wondering where his next run is going to come from. He's been steady, but you've seen a little bit of improvement there in terms of his ability to just walk the ball for the 1s and the 2s.
As that one is outside the off stump again, the slips, and the other guys around the bat getting excited because of the line which Need is bowling. It's a testing line, really.
I think Mead gets the ball to come back into the right-hander on a normal basis. He also has that one that actually straightens a bit. So an outside edge off the bat of Jagasa earlier. I'm also thinking about the position of the wicket-keeper here, Kenroy, and the slip cordon.
That is hitting the edge, falling short of that slip, and I know that is what you're going to see, Osnet.
Yes, I was just about to mention that they maybe need to go a couple steps forward because we're not seeing a lot of pace in this wicket. Most of the edges have actually gone down. That is the second occasion now we're seeing an outside edge and just falling short of Johnson there. Second slip.
2 consecutive edges and they have not really adjusted themselves. They need to do that because of the state of the wicket. But he's bowling a very decent line outside there. Also, this time he's playing opening the face, but some excellent feeling there. The number 10,
Redwood.
diving to his left, making an excellent stop.
Yes, I think in this situation, I would like to think that is the wicket keeper's call, really. He's the one who's facing the majority of these deliveries. He would know the pace at which the ball is coming through to the players behind the wicket. So it's really his job to set the slip cordon.
First time seeing Need being interrupted in his run. Probably was extremely excited to bowl. There's a change in the field. That man from just behind has gone into the slips. There's 3 slips now. Need a good delivery, lifting delivery, but still at the toes of the wicketkeeper.
Yes, that man had shot. It's like more of a gully region, really, a leg gully sort of region. I thought that was not really a position to utilize given the state of the wicket. Those sort of positions are more useful if there's a bit of pace and bounce in the wicket. So you bowl in the rib cage of the batter and hopefully he's able to just walk it straight to that man at gully. But given what we've seen so far, I think there's a better feel in terms of having the 3 slips. Although I would like to see them being a bit further forward. This one is driven nicely by Ramlal out to that deep extra cover boundary. He'll get 2 runs. So just continuing to do what he has been doing all innings, Ramlal. He's had to face up to a motivated Mead, really. What he has done, he has shouldered that responsibility of trying to bat as much of these overs. Whenever the opportunity presents itself, he has also been able to walk the ball into the gaps and keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yes, as Need continues from the back way. Said, your stump, that one is rolling actually.
I think it's a case. There's also a case for the wicketkeeper keeping up to the right arm medium fast bowler. As another over comes to an end, the end of the 14th, Jamaica they're 23 for the loss of no wicket.
Well, there's a saying here: when the tide changes, at Anna's way, sometimes the wicket becomes quicker, it becomes lower. They're changing the tide. I don't think so. The wicket has played consistently slow and low the majority of the day. But some good bowling here by Need. Unfortunately, he hasn't picked up a wicket. Trinidad and Tobago at 23 without loss. They're doing a pretty good job. Slow, but solid platform has been laid here by these two, Jagisa and Ramlal.
They're doing just what is required, really. Having put in that bowling performance this morning, I think team management will be reasonably pleased with the progress so far. Steady progress, still a lot of time in this game. Just a matter of trying to overhaul this first innings total. Maybe get a lead and then put some pressure on the Jamaican batting later on. It's Hines again it is, and Jagasa.
This one is short. You almost put that into the hands of the fielder there. A bad delivery.
Well, in their bowling effort, Trinidad and Tobago were able to benefit from some dismissals of some not too great deliveries. So Jamaica will be hoping that they can benefit just as much. Full toss there, and Jagasa not able to pierce the field. So I think he may be under a bit of pressure here. We mentioned that he's normally a stroke player, Jagasa. In the last couple of overs, hasn't been able to pierce the field, especially the offside field. We're looking at the offside field. It's a packed offside field. Captain Barnes here really giving some support to his bowler, Alex Hines.
I'll be just playing the patient game, really, knowing that there's less than an hour or so the sweep shot comes out and he plays it ease as the man literally jags behind that 1-2, looking for 3. Good running by these 2. There's a loud appeal for a run out. I think he made it. 3 runs there, and good running between the wicket, and an effective sweep shot has been played.
Yes, we saw quite a bit of sweeps in the Jamaican innings. I think this is the first one we're seeing in the Trinidad and Tobago's response. Jagasar there sweeping that one down to long leg. Fielder there, Jordan Johnson, recovering from a hamstring injury, so that really explained his limited effort in terms of running. 3 runs nevertheless for Trinidad and Tobago. Their total moves on to 26 without loss. Brings Ramnal into strike.
Good batting here by these 2. As mentioned before, he's slow but sure. That offside field is packed. There's a cover, short extra cover. Man behind point. There's actually 2 points. One short, one is back. This one is punched to the man just on the square who does the feeling. Has some fire on that one, some power also. Sting in that one as well. That brings you over to an end to another over finish by Hines. Total is now 26-26 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago, they should be happy in the position that they are presently.
It's not a lot happening for the spinner there, Hines. Not really finding the right length in that over, giving the batter a bit too much room outside the off stump. Batter's unable to really pierce the offside field. As we mentioned, it's been a comfortable start for the Trinidad and Tobago batters. They haven't been made to work hard for their runs. Despite the scoring rate being as it is, it's been comfortable going for them. As we're going to see a change in bowler. This is to be Redwood. Tamari Redwood, leg spinner. Had some success in the 50 over tournament, so he'll be looking to transfer that sort of form into the red ball format. So spin is introduced again from both ends now. Jagasar once again finding the fielder. It's been the tail of his inning so far, really. He's played some powerful shots, but just hasn't been able to find the gaps, which is why you see he's on 8 from 47 deliveries. Bit of torn there. A lot of torn, as a matter of fact.
Span a mile.
Encouraging signs all in his spell for a Redwood. It's 2 slips. And they are short fine leg as Jagasar is sweeping again, where gives chase. Batters thinking about the second. They're judged in the end, satisfied with a single.
I'm wondering if the sweep is a go-to shot when they are under pressure, these batsmen.
Appears that way. You mentioned Jagasar not being able to pierce the offside field so far. So maybe he's starting to feel that pressure of the scoreboard, which really shouldn't be the case. 3-day format, so lots of time for you to bat. Span at the other end knows what it's like to bat long, Ramlal. Most of the innings last year, he was really the one that glued Trinidad and Tobago innings together. This one again, a bit of tone, a bit of bite from Redwood. So good signs all in his spell. Turning away from the right-handers. That's a beautiful delivery there. A bit of drift into the right-hander and then turning away sharply. So very encouraging over there, very encouraging start for Redwood. Trinidad and Tobago responding to Jamaica's 152, they're 27 without loss.
Top delivery there by Redwood to finish that over. Pitched just about leg stump, span across the batter, bounce, turn, and really encouraging signs here for Redwood. A really good start to his bowling spell here for Jamaica, and seems to have put these batters under some pressure immediately.
Yes, for the first time we're really seeing the batters be in trouble to some extent. I mentioned it's been a reasonably comfortable start with both of the batters. It's Hines again, a bit short outside the off stump, and Jaggers are going back, getting the outer portion of the bat. Gets a single down to third man. 28 without loss.
It's just a shorter delivery there from Hines, and he had time enough. The slow nature of the wicket, punched it backward point, pick up a single, and brings his partner into strike. Yeah, there's a packed offside field. They continue to battle here at Annisville.
It's well played again by Ramlal. Evidence of what I alluded to earlier in terms of being able to just walk the ball into gaps at times. Nothing fancy from him. We all know what we're going to get with Nick Ramlal. Just again forward. I was a bit surprised not to see him in some of those 50 over games, Kenroy. I mean, his batting is more suited towards the 3-day format, but if you look at the 50 over tournament, the Trinidad and Tobago team definitely needs someone like him to really glue those innings together.
Well, I do agree with you there. He would have been a good candidate, because they have not batted up that 50 overs that was given to them in that tournament. He would have been a good inclusion for them, just to hold things together. The sweep shot comes out the gap, played. Get some effect there. 2 more runs to the score. Signal from the umpire. So that means that came off the
The sweep shot has an element of risk attached to it. Jagasa seemed to be comfortable playing it. So far he has nailed it. So long may it continue, but I don't think Hines would be too perturbed by that. Showing your stumps like that, as long as you miss, then you're always into problems there as a batter. As another over comes to an end, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 31 without loss.
31 without loss. You have not really seen that season for them. That's a good sign starting this 3-day tournament. These two are doing well for themselves and also their team. They're looking for a target of 152. They have set the platform, just about another half an hour or so to go for today's play with remaining overs. They would be thinking, hope that they are thinking survival, make sure they get to that target of 5 o'clock without losing a wicket.
Short, and he's punching this one nicely there, Ramlal. Does it have enough to get to the boundary? No, it doesn't. So, come back for a second. So, a short delivery there from Redwood, and there was Ramlal just timing that one through the cover region and gets himself another couple of runs. He moves on to 17, so 33 without loss.
As the old saying, the longer you stay at the crease, the easier things get. Things are getting pretty much easier for these batters as the runs are scoring freely. Easy.
Flighty delivery there from Redwood. So we've seen that he has the inclination to flight the ball a bit, which is good to see. As a leg spinner, you want to bring the batter onto his front foot. And they had short leg, they had 2 slips. So the feeders around the bat, believing that the batter makes a mistake.
Well packed offside field. 2 slips at the point. Short extra cover mid off. Short leg. And short square leg mid on. The countryside. Wow. Good delivery.
Well played in the end by Ramlal as well, it must be said. Spotted that one early. He's turning away sharply and left it outside the off stump. So he seemed to be getting used to the pace and the turn in this wicket. He's driving this one nicely out to the left of the man there at mid-off. Well run. Good single. Has been a feature of the partnership as well, the running between the wickets.
Yes, they have done that very well, both of them. They have called and responded and took some good run between both of them, scampered. So they have a good understanding there between both of them. It have worked well for them thus far in this innings. 34 without loss. Just to remind you, there are 2 other games being played. This tournament as you overcome Stone End. Barbados, they got 279 for 7. They are 279 for 7 in their game against Guyana. And Jamaica here, 152 all out. And the other game, Windward Islands versus the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands, they were bowled out for 141. And the Windward Islands are 54 for 3, 24 overs bowled in that over. And the Leeward Islands batted 56 overs to get to that target. Barbados have batted 79 overs and they are 279 for 7.
So it's going to be Hines, son of the former West Indies opener, Wavell Hines. Maybe you could recall Wavell Hines being somewhat of a man with a golden arm. Hines will be hoping here some of that luck would have been transferred to him, as we see the umpires having a chat. To show exactly is being discussed. Waiting to see what is happening. So one delivery ball so far in this over. It's a short pause in play.
Not too sure as to what is happening there, but the umpires had a discussion and something was said. We'll find out what is happening as play continues here. Hines, 24 on his back. Side the off stump, left alone.
I think so far we haven't seen that type of length and line enough from Alex Hines. He has been on the shorter side, outside the off stump. I think he needs to focus on getting the batter on the front foot. Still a wicket that would offer something for the spinners. So when Trinidad and Tobago bowled Ramlal, he got some appreciable tone from the wicket. So Alex Hines here just need to be a bit fuller and maybe bring the batter forward on more occasions. It's again a delivery short of a lane outside the off stump. That doesn't really bother the batter. The batter should be able to manipulate that through the offside. On that occasion, Ramlal finding the fielder there, Redwood, backward point. It's a better delivery. The type of length we are speaking about, giving the ball a bit of air as well. So far he has been a bit too flat.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. You need to put some more air on that delivery, give it some time so you can hit the surface and spin. Although the surface is slow, you would get the assistance from the wicket as well.
So those 2 last deliveries, they are more in line with what we are talking about. As another over comes to an end, it's the end of the 19th. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 34 without loss.
Jamaicans have bowled a few overs, 19 overs thus far. And batters have resisted any sort of temptation. They have not tried to go over the top. They have not played any riskful shot, 1 or 2 sweeps, but they were nailed, as you said. And they continue to do a good job for the team here. 34 without loss. And they continue to do well for their team.
Again, this delivery turning away sharply there from Jagassar. Continues to be a threat, Redwood. Just a matter of being consistent. I haven't seen a googly from him as well so far. I'm not sure if he has that in his armory. Sweep shot coming out from Jagasar. Ill-advised sweep shot, I would say, with the type of tone we are seeing from Redwood in this spell. There's always going to be a risky stroke. Again, what's happening out there as we near close of play? Batters, I'm sure they will have that in the back of their minds, that they want to be here at the end and walk out to the middle early tomorrow morning. So once again, he's sweeping and pitching outside leg that time. Once again, that sweep shot, Kenori.
Nice shot is a leg spin and the ball is turning. Advice to play close to your pads and just look at it, pass the bat. It's like that.
Again, beating the edge outside the off stump. I'm wondering if it was an edge, the keeper actually spilled it. Close in fielders, they're really getting overly excited. We saw a lot of excitement during the Vinci Carnival recently concluded. I was more in line with that.
Guess you're probably missing your excitement in Georgetown, yes, Ned?
Yes, Country Carnival climax is this afternoon. Those of you interested in that, but we are interested in what is happening here at the Honors Way playing field. Trinidad and Tobago responding to 152 made by Jamaica. They're 34 without loss.
It's a good start here for Trinidad and Tobago, looking for that target as they continue to play some good cricket between these two. These two have batted sensibly. They have not really risked anything. Ramlal is on 19 and his partner Jagisar is on 12, the quiet of the two. But by nature he's more the aggressor. That's how cricket is at times. As they continue to battle here for Trinidad and Tobago. This is day one of 3 days slated for this tournament. 3-day tournament. The one-day tournament has been concluded, won by Jamaica. Trinidad looking to put in a better showing.
You see Hines again continuing and short of a length outside the off stump. Ramlal just standing tall and punching that one to the man there at cover. See a discussion between the captain there, Barnes and Hines. What do you think that conversation will be about, Kenry?
Just slow it down a bit. Outside the off stump. Take off some. There we go. Immediately.
Yes, that's the type of pace we're talking about. It's vary your pace, vary your lengths. And the pitch has enough in it to actually offer to the spinners. So it's about finding the right lines and lengths, bringing the batter forward like what we've seen on that occasion. And be patient. I think that is key as well. It's the type of wicket as a bowler you need to be patient. The batter as well has to be patient. Let's see. Another short of a length delivery punch to the covers by Ramlal.
Just can't pace that offside field. Well set. Skipper is just on the edge of the square there.
Into the end of the day's play here. Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to just preserve their wickets. Jamaica still looking for that breakthrough. Another over is completed. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 34 without loss.
Yes, solid start here by these two. Slow, but good. Good. They have another 2 days remaining in this game. They have been set a target of 152. So, whatever they do here in this session would reflect heavily on their game, and they have played a pretty decent 2 hours so far. These two batsmen, Jagisa and Ramlal, they now have to see themselves to the end of this day's play, and they will be very much satisfied with their day's work.
Very much so.
Batters.
Absolutely. As you see Redwood again. Still a bit short of a length, turning away from Jagasa. Just fleeing at that one outside the off stump again, Jagasa. I think if Redwood has the ability to bowl at googly, that would be a good delivery for him to bowl sometime soon. But so far he has torn all of these deliveries across the right hander. He's beaten the outside edge on a couple of occasions as well. Just that ability to even bowl a slider, as they would say, would really cause some more problems for these Trinidad and Tobago right-handers.
As a spinner, you ought to have a few deliveries in your armory. You have only seen the leg break being bowled by him. You have not seen a fast delivery. You have not seen a slider. You have not seen the googly. So you're not too sure what he possesses as a leg spinner.
So again, a sweep shot. Eerily, where once again gives chase. 2 more runs added to the total there. Once again, a sweep shot being the go-to option for Jagasa. I'm wondering if the captain can get a short fine leg maybe. Take out one of those men in the covers and put him at short fine leg, because if he's continuing to sweep, as we see that one was played aerially, the man at short fine leg would be both an attacking option and a defensive option as well.
Skipper will have to make that decision. So it's driven hard back to the man at mid-off. Doesn't pierce that gap. Full toss, should have done better with that one.
Yes, Jagasa has really struggled for timing in this innings. And the few deliveries that he has actually timed, he has managed to find the fielders. So that's something he will want to correct. This one is a bit of a quicker delivery there. Saw it from the front of the arm, from our position up here. Jagasa also read that one pretty well. So another over is completed. 22 overs gone. Trinidad and Tobago, they're going along steadily. 36 without loss.
Yes, and Jagisa, he has 14. Ramlal has 19. So solid batting here by these two, looking for this target of 152. I mentioned before that Trinidad didn't have a good time, didn't have the best time at the one tournament. So it's good to see them starting here in this 3-day tournament. Solid. They have done a good job in bowling out Jamaica, eventual winners of that tournament, and they are now with a solid foundation being set by these two at 36 without loss, and just another 10-15 minutes to close the play. They would be looking to go into the HUD without losing a wicket. That should be the plan from here on in.
Absolutely. I think our colleague Stacey mentioned he's not sure which Trinidad and Tobago side will actually turn up today. In terms of the batting so far, it seemed to be the same one that turned up against Guyana in the 50-over tournament, where the openers put on 75 for the first wicket, and they were able to chase down the Guyanese total successfully. So we'll be hoping that they can replicate a sort of confidence in terms of their batting and string some partnerships together. So we see Powell, opener, to bowl a few overs. This one is short and he's punching this one there. Ramlal should be able to come back for a second. Does so easily in the end. Powell with a rather strange looking action there, Kenroy.
Probably just looking to bite an edge, somebody playing a loose shot. These things will happen around this time. Powell probably not a frontline bowler. He's probably a man with a goal in hand.
You heard that Tom Golden arm being used a lot today. Powell, we're hoping definitely that he has one. As we see a bit of tone there from Powell. So you mentioned him not being a frontline spinner, but definitely giving the ball some repair. Wicket itself is conducive to that type of bowling. Interesting times here at the end of this day's play. Flighty delivery is too full this time, and Ramlal once again seem to just has that ability today to just walk the ball into the gaps for twos. I would like to think he has scored about 5 twos so far, confirmed by my scorers.
He's not looking to really power the ball. He's just placing.
Actually 7. I've been corrected to 7 twos so far, and that is what we were speaking about in terms of his ability to walk the ball into gaps. Some improvement on his part.
He's not a big lad, so he's not looking to power that ball through the gaps. He's just pushing it, picking up the ones and twos. And you said he has 7 twos so far in this innings, and he has mashed on to what, 20? Let's leave that out.
22?
Yeah, so 22. So 14 of those runs have come doubles. And Trinidad and Tobago 40 without loss, and his partner is on 14. And they've batted 22 overs between both of them.
It's at the start of this innings. I'm sure someone would have, as this one is a loud appeal on the leg side, umpire not being persuaded to raise that index finger. Bit of turn once again. Ramna lives to fight another day. So it's the end of the 23rd over. Trinidad and Tobago responding to 152 made by Jamaica. They are 40 without loss.
Well, spoke about it. Spoke about how things could happen to batters after doing so well. Batting for at least 2 hours now without any mistakes also. And this bowler comes into the attack and bowl a delivery. Not a top delivery, but batsmen tend to make mistakes with these sort of bowlers. Kind of relaxing, and then they end up getting themselves out. But these two batters have done well. They are 40 without loss. Coming close to close a play. They would want to finish this day on a not out. And come back tomorrow to start proceedings for Trinidad and Tobago.
Definitely so. The start of the last over, you were saying that Powell appears to be a part-timer, but seems to be an effective part-timer given what we have seen. About to turn a long way in that over. This one is walked down to a short fine leg. Wait for the signal from the umpire. It's actually buys. So another single added to the total. 41 without loss. I think the difference between Powell there and Hines, who bowled before him, is that Powell bowled the ball at a slower pace, and he was able to extract quite a bit of turn, a lot more turn in fact than Alex Hines. So that's something for Alex Hines as he grow older to understand the different bowling conditions and what to do on each wicket. Just think that he bowled a bit too flat, and coming back tomorrow, that is definitely something he needs to improve on if he is to be effective on this type of wicket.
Left arm spinner affected that. He bowled slow into the wicket as another single has been scampered between these two. Takes up his score now to 42. He bowled very slow and was very effective for Trinidad and Tobago. I think he picked up 3 wickets or so at the back end. So I'm thinking that they should learn something from him and adjust their bowling in respect of the wicket as well.
We see an attempt there, I think, by Jagasa to play maybe a reverse sweep. Interesting option at the end of the day's play.
The boom is out. Sweeping the corners, making sure everything is clean.
We definitely had an interesting conversation earlier in terms of the use of the reverse sweep. I think we had different views as to when it should be used and how it should be used. Definitely a few minutes remaining before this the closer play. I will not advise that type of shot at this time, Ken Roy.
I surely would not advise that. Keep the ball in front of you. Don't play the horizontal shots. You have done so well over the last 2 hours or so. Why would you want to risk getting out to a sweep shot coming in to meet your coach? That would be a conversation I wouldn't want to have with him.
Definitely, as we see another over being completed here by Redwood. It's about 5 overs so far, none for 7. So economical spell. He has troubled the batters at times. And Trinidad and Tobago 42 without loss.
These two have battled here. 2 hours plus. Done a good job. They have seen the better bowlers off. There's another change in bowling at the southern end, I think. No,
It's
sorry.
actually Powell continuing.
Powell continues, sorry. Number 26. Looking for that first wicket, Jamaica. Trinidad has denied them thus far.
Again, another delivery turning around. Turning down the leg side. Starting those a bit too straight there, Powell. Just need to find that line outside the off stump. Turning back in. He has man there at short. Silly mid on, silly mid off. Slip as well. This one is short of a length. Ramlal goes back and punches up to Beckford. He covers. It's a bit too short there from Powell.
And these are the situations and circumstances that causes batsmen to can't have a good night rest if he or he gets out now after doing all that hard work.
It's a brave leave there from Ramlal. It's a good leave in the end.
Yes, good judgment. You have sleepless nights, you toss, you turn, what did I do? I did all the work. Then I went an edge up, play a bad shot, play a sweep shot, got the top edge, and now I have to watch from the pavilion all in the morning.
He's walking this one again effectively out to deep square leg Ramlal. So it's off strike. It's Jagasa to strike. Single added to the total there. 43 without loss. Just about 4 minutes or so to 5 o'clock. So not a lot of time remaining in the day's play. Batters will be mindful of that.
Getting another over or so. This is the 25th over. And I think the Jamaicans, they batted 61 overs.
Something so, yes.
62. So we have gone over the quota of overs for the day.
It's supposed to be 90 overs. So 60. It's Powell again. Flighty delivery outside the off stump, and there was Jakasa trying to drive that one through the offside. Misses it completely. So another over, another eventful over.
Dangerously floating outside the off stump. At this time, push your pads, shoulder arms, as they go into the keeper's glove. I think you would have one more over before the umpire pulls those bails off, and I know Osnet will be jumping out of that chair, heading for the northern side of this island.
Well, I'm living in the northern side of the island, Kenroy, so definitely we'll be heading to the northern side of the island.
But I know you wouldn't be getting home as early as you normally would.
It's Redwood. Trinidad and Tobago be hoping to get home unscathed this afternoon. 43 without loss. Jamaica would be hoping to just dent this opening partnership as Redwood tries again. This one is from the... And he's hitting this one
Lord.
straight to a short mid-on.
My word. Spoke about it, and it has happened. He has done all the hard work during the day, and the least of the deliveries, and he has spilled.
It was a pretty innocuous delivery there from Redwood. He has bowled better deliveries than those throughout the spell so far. A shortish delivery, I think, coming from the front of the hand. And there was Ramla looking to work it through the leg side and just take the lead in it straight to the man there at mid-on. So a disappointing way to end the day really on what has been a very good day for Trinidad and Tobago. Having lost the toss this morning, Jamaica decided to bat first, and they were dismissed. Well, they made 152 for the loss of 9. Trinidad and Tobago responding to that total. They end the day's play on 43 for 1. Ramla losing his wicket just before the end of the day's play. He went for 24. Jakasa, he's not out on 14. A lot happening here in this last session, Kenroy.
Well, he would not have a wonderful rest tonight. He would be torturing his... He would say, my God, what have I done? I have batted so long and then I just gifted my wicket away there. I understand the feelings, but it has happened. Trinidad and Tobago have lost their first wicket and the brink of close of play. 43 for 1, really, in reply to Jamaica's 152. A good reply, but sadly he had also go this way.
It's a good day of competitive cricket. We've seen some good batting in certain periods. We saw Weatherborn earlier. He played a very good innings for 46 before basically gifting his wicket away. And I think that has been the song of the day, really, in terms of batters getting in and then basically gifting their wickets to the opposition, not putting that high price on their wickets. It's a relatively slow wicket. We saw a bit of turn throughout the day, and I think moving forward, it will only get more in terms of deteriorating a bit more, an awful lot more for the spinners. So it's very important that the team getting the lead here, they're able to just drive home the advantage and maybe put themselves in a position where they can pick up all maximum points from this game.
Well, I think it would be a very difficult wicket to bat on day 3, based on how it's playing. So Trinidad and Tobago would be mindful to get as much runs as possible as they can in this innings and put Jamaica under that pressure. Try to get that 152 and put on whatever they have to for that third day. But day 1 have been completed here at Annisville playing field, where Jamaica has scored 152 for 9 declared, and Trinidad in response are 43 for 1, losing that wicket of Ramlal and the stroke of closer play, and they are 43 for 1. We will be back here tomorrow morning where we continue coverage of this West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament, the 3-day tournament. This is the first day. There are 2 more days to go in this game, and just to say thank you for being with us, and we'll be back tomorrow morning to bring you more live coverage of this West Indies under 19 tournament, Rising Stars, here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.